Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council. Mayor, Skip Henderson. City Manager, Isaiah Hughley. Pops Barnes, District 1. Glenn Davis, District 2. Bruce Huff, District 3. Toya Tucker, District 4. Charmaine Crabb, District 5. Gary Allen, Mayor Pro Tem and District 6. Mimi Woodson, District 7. Walker Garrett, District 8. Judy Thomas, Post 9 at-large Counselor. John House, Post 10 at-large Counselor. Sandra Davis, Clerk of Council. And City Attorney Clifton Fay. Columbus, Georgia, this is your City Council.
Good morning. Whoa. We need to turn that down a little bit. Thank you. I have to get over this shyness. Maybe I can speak a little louder. But anyway, good morning and welcome to the March 9th City Council meeting. We're glad to have you join us as we conduct the city's business. And we are going to go a little bit out of order today. Our pastor, Reggie Williams, is en route. As you might, is he here? He is here. You drove fast, sir. Please come to the microphone. Pastor Williams, welcome. I just gotten a call from Bruce Huff, said you were en route from another building. Well, we are delighted that you're here, sir, and I'm going to turn it over to you and ask you to invoke God's presence on these proceedings.
Thank you very much. Let us all pray together. Gracious God, we turn to you because you are the answer to all questions and you are the solution to all problems. And so we invoke your presence now. We ask you that as these leaders meet in this city, as they carry the burdens of on their hearts of the people in this city that are facing all kinds of issues, that are celebrating, but a lot of them are mourning, crying, and some are filled with no hope. But you are the God of all hope, and so we ask you now that you will speak to the hearts of these leaders as they meet today, as they deliberate, that you would put in their hearts to do what is best for this city, what is best for her citizens, and that, God, that you would grant them wisdom. You would grant them a spirit of cooperation, a spirit of unity, a spirit of counsel, a spirit of might, and the fear of the Lord, that we can be citizens who will be proud to live in Columbus, Georgia, and fulfill our destinies. This is our prayer today. In your holy name, amen.
Pastor Williams, thank you, sir, and please thank your congregation for sharing you with us, and thank you for what you do in the community. I know you and I have had occasion to speak many times, and I know you've been active with Charles Flowers' program and the things that you and he are doing to try to capture some of these young people before they end up in a situation that they can't get themselves out of. So just wanted to publicly thank you for what you do outside the church.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. And by the way, we look forward to, Karen and I both look forward to being able to come back and visit as soon as this pandemic gets behind us. Next, I'd ask you to please rise and join me in the pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We've got a couple of updates today, but before we get started, I know I told the city manager we were going to do this sort of at the end of my agenda, but as the pastor very eloquently stated, we live in times that are extremely unpredictable. The pandemic certainly has given us a challenge that we had not anticipated having to deal with as a community. And it has helped fuel the fire for other challenges as well. And it seems strange to say, but the biggest pandemic that we are dealing with right now in our community, as are so many other communities throughout the country, is violent crime. And we have outstanding public safety departments, and they do a great job on the investigation and working hard to enforce the law, but we cannot rely on law enforcement to solve this greater issue of an environment and a culture that is frankly not acceptable in Columbus, Georgia. So we know there has to be other approaches. We know we have to work to eradicate poverty. We know we have to work to provide job skills. We have to work to keep kids in school. We have to work to mentor those who don't live in a traditional family. There's so many different initiatives that must be simultaneously occurring in order to really have success at making our community become what we all want it to be. One organization that has been successful throughout not just the country but also around the world. I think they're in 10 different countries now, and they have a track record. And we wanted you to have a little update. We have not had, there's been a few individuals in our community who have taken this on as a sort of a passionate mission to take a deeper look and deeper dive into the Cure Violence Initiative and determine if it's a good fit for Columbus, Georgia. Again, the most significant thing to me is that it has a track record. There are a lot of programs that come to us and say, hey, we can do this, we will do this, but very, very few have been able to come up and say, we have done this, it does work, it's worked in every location that we've established this type of presence. And they're going to do an assessment to determine if the same level of success would be likely here in Columbus. And I'll make a few more comments about it, but right now I'd like to ask Reggie Lewis and Cedric Hill. I think Dr. Asante Hiltz might be here. She has, if she's not, she's probably furiously working to stem the spread of the COVID virus. That's what she's been accomplishing for the health department. So I'm going to turn it over to them. I sent all of council a little bit of some information on some brochures, but they're going to give you a high-level update on Cure Violence and where they are with it. Reggie?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for allowing us to come for you today. Cure Violence, the health epidemic, as the Mayor mentioned, is a big issue across the country and across the world. Myself, Cedric Hill, Dr. Asante, who's an epidemiologist, Ashley Hill, who's an epidemiologist, and as well as Cedric Hill Jr., who's a Connect pastor, for the last 2 years have been investigating the Cure Violence model. The Cure Violence model looks at violence as a health epidemic, and it looks at it to curb using more health solutions like you would fight an epidemic. When you talk about violence, violence basically clusters, it spreads just like an epidemic, and as well as transmitted. So one of the things that we do is we use a technique called interrupting or intervention. Part of that process is to go out and identify those who are at high risk, who have been in gangs, who've been shot, who are participating in weapons events, who are participating in retaliatory events, and then going out and identifying what can we do for them. And you heard the mayor talk about some of the things that's dealing with finding jobs, making sure they have their GED to get jobs, but also give them tools and things that they can use to find a job, like working at going to Columbus Tech and using the programs and certificates that they have there to get that employment. Because right now, the Georgia Technical College has a 98% placement rate for the 21 certificates that they offer. And that is a good opportunity for folks coming out of prison as part of a reentry program to give them a better start and get them back into communities that they came from. But the Cure Violence model was started back in the early 2000s by Dr. Gary Slushkin, who was an epidemiologist, who was working in Africa and working on Ebola and some of the more infectious disease. And what he identified when he came back home to Chicago and was talking to some of his friends, he quickly identified that what they were fighting with violence was basically a replication of what he fought with infectious disease. And by doing that, he started learning that when you talk about clustering, when you look at some of the events that we've had recently, most of our events occur in certain areas. So that's the clustering part of it. When you talk about Casita Road, South Lincoln Road area, and some of the South End areas, that is where we have the clustering. Then you talk about the transmission. A good example of that is the retaliation part of it. When we had the young 13-year-old who was killed by a 17-year-old, and that 13-year-old's brother went out trying to look for the shooter, and then he was arrested. That was the transmission of it. And then you talk about the social norms part of it, where the community basically accepts these events. We have to change that norm. And that is what the Cure Violence model goes by and works on to try to reduce. So part of this program is they have an assessment that occurs. It's a 2 to 3 month process. And that process includes an on-site visit to target areas in our community. You know, we've done a lot of work over the last 2 years to identify the target areas like 31903, 31906, 31907. And just to let you know, I'm a former police officer in Columbus for 10 years, so I understand what those areas and how those areas are impacted. So one of the things that we look for in that process and in that assessment is we look at those areas. The Cure Violence Global Unit does an assessment on those areas to determine what is needed in those areas. This is not a one-size-fits-all. So 31903 may be different than 31906 and how we apply the implementation to that area. And it's very key that the community is involved in this process. Because one thing we have to do is we have to start it from the ground up, simply because that's where the problem is starting. So we have people who are in the community that we call interrupters and outreach workers. We also partner with the trauma centers in the ER, because one of the things we notice is not everybody's dying, but we have a lot of victims that are shot. And when you talk to some of the people at Piedmont, a lot of their ER visits are gunshot wounds. So what we have to do is we have to go into these hospitals to help the people understand, okay, you've been shot, but now it's time for you to get away from that. What can we do to change that norm, that behavior? And that's why we identify the high risk. What we do as far as Cure Violence is they have a 40-hour training session that we do with anybody that is working with the program, and then we have a yearly reevaluation of that person and training as well. We also keep up with a database that will identify certain events like events related to homicides. So when that anniversary comes back up, we're able to go back out to those same parties that are involved to ensure that we have no retaliatory events. That is the key part. We're stopping the cycle, we're stopping the spreading, and then we're taking those who are at risk and applying solutions to ensure that they no longer become high risk and that we lower their risk factors for them. That is the key part to this process. Those are the 3 core values. The other thing is, like I said earlier, is we have an ongoing process to do training. So as we move through this process, we will reevaluate yearly to ensure that the implementation is still qualified and is still making a movement to reduce violence. So some of the places where the mayor was talking about, it's been in 10 countries, over 100 cities. They've used it in Baltimore, Chicago, New Orleans. Atlanta, in the last 2 years, just opened their first one in Georgia, in the Mechanicsville area, or what they call the NPUV, Neighborhood Project Unit. That is being started. That is run by a unit called CRIS 180. They focus on childhood, or what we call adverse childhood experiences. That is one of the things where we try to stop violence from occurring, because we know that in our children, 58% of our children are being exposed to violence and trauma, and 30% will become perpetrators at some point of violence. So the next steps for us is we're looking to have Cure Violence Global come down in May to do a 2 to 3 month assessment. And what you will have is we have some documentation as far as part is what does that assessment entail. So the assessment, like I said, is an on-site visit for a week. They look at all the target areas. Then they go back. We also will provide them information from hospitals, because we want to do a cost basis analysis on what does it cost for an event that occurs in as far as a gunshot or a homicide. What does it cost? Because you have to think about, there's an ambulance ride, there's ER personnel that has to take place, Then you have the ongoing rehabilitation part of it. That costs a lot of money. And what they've seen on average is probably an $18 return on a $1 investment for the program. And they've seen that across. They've used it in different areas. You also have Savannah. That was a hospital implementation. And that's why they were doing a lot of the solution out of the hospital and trauma area. So we have a lot of different examples to go by, but they're very specific about this program. One of the things they will do is they basically interview us as well. Because if you do not want to implement the program and what they've provided back from the assessment, they will not allow you to do it as far as under the Cure Violence program. So they're very particular about how this program is run, and they want it to be successful. They know it works. I know a lot of people was thinking Chicago. When they first implemented Chicago, Chicago was averaging about 700 murders a year. In their first year, they dropped 200. So they're down to the 500, and they've been as low as 450 murders. That is still a lot, but you have to think, in Columbus right now, we're averaging almost 25 murders or homicides per capita of 100,000, whereas Chicago and Baltimore are in the 35 to 40 range. That's a big difference in a city of our size compared to cities of their size in Baltimore and Chicago. So that is what we're looking at doing. Our team is made up of myself, Cedric Hill, is also made up of two epidemiologists, Dr. Asante Hiltz that the mayor mentioned. She's the program director at the Department of Health. We also have Cedric Hill Jr., who's a Connect pastor. So we have people from faith-based, and we also have Ashley Hill, who's another epidemiologist that was working up in the University of Pittsburgh, which will be coming down south back to Georgia State University to work there as well. So our team is made up of people who are just citizens of the community. We thought this was a good idea. My experience as a police officer kind of brought this to the forefront along with Cedric, doing all the funerals for these young men that we're seeing. The number one leading cause of death for young men in the age of 15 to 24, black males, is homicides. No other gender, no other race, no other nationality, and that's a problem in our city that we see today. And that's why we thought this would be a great program because, one, it focuses on gang members. That's one of the biggest deals. And that's what we see and have the biggest problems in our community. Thank you. Any questions?
Are there any questions for Mr. Lewis? Doesn't appear to be so. Mr. Lewis, I appreciate it. Mr. Hill, thank you. There are a few that have popped up. Councilor Thomas?
Good morning, Mr. Lewis. As you were talking, I was thinking about what people always say about you have to get them young. You have to get the kids young. And I know that in the Muskogee County School District, there are a couple of programs to help kids find a job, get a profession. I'm thinking about the EMT program at Shaw, the College and Careers program at Jordan. Can you talk about that at all? Are you going to go into the schools and deal with some of those kids and some of those issues?
Yes, ma'am, and that's probably one of the key parts I missed. So as part of the Cure Violence programs, we work with partners. The partners are schools, law enforcement, medical centers, hospitals, community-based organizations, and other nonprofits. And one of the things is, when you heard me talk about ACE, which is Adverse Childhood Experiences, that is one of the channels that we have to make sure we're established, because we see what is happening in some of these areas that some of the kids are being impacted by, I give you an example. We went to Fox Elementary. We had a fifth grader, not a fifth grader, but I think there was third grade, came into school, and he just had experienced his aunt being raped that morning. And that went unchecked. So he was brought to school 3 hours later and placed in school, and nobody's there to handle that situation. So one of the things we have to do with the ACE program is identify programs that address those things, because we're seeing that in that age group, and I'm saying 0 to 10, and a good example is what happened this past week at Family Dollar. We have a 6-year-old who's experienced their mother been shot and killed. We have to do something about that, because what happens is they're unable to progress. It causes behavior issues. So programs like that are what we're trying to channel. But one thing we're trying to do is bring all those partners together to make sure they understand how the Cure Violence program works and some of the needs that we have. So we are partnering with United Way. They are looking at a program as well to bring that addresses that 0 to 10 years of age range, to make sure that we get them blossoming in the right place and ensuring that they're going in the right direction, so we reduce that behavior issues.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Tucker?
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I was reading the packet last night, and one thing that stood out to me was that workers would assist participants in dealing with a number of issues such as education, employment, criminal justice, mental health, alcohol, drugs, trauma, re-entry, and related life skills through the utilization of existing social services. When I spoke to the mayor last night, I mentioned that this is a good program. I do agree. And we know that we have an issue, and it's multifaceted. It's not just one thing, and that's why this stood out the most to me. So what I would like to suggest is that alongside of the assessment or the study that we probably approve, I would like for the next work session, in the military we used to call it tiger teams. So, and we call it work session. I think we need to bring the subject matter experts to council, and that's CPD, the sheriff, Parks and Rec, crime prevention, mental health, and possibly Cure Violence, because we need to be proactive in dealing with this in reference to a mental health crisis. That's what I mentioned to you last night. And also partnering with, like you said, United Way and other organizations, because I don't think the blunt of the responsibility should be on the city. I think this impacts everyone. So everyone should, kind of be at the table and take
Absolutely.
an investment.
And those partnerships that Mr. Lewis is talking about are already in place. It's a matter of strengthening them, focusing them on some of the areas that they're particularly interested in. But all of the agencies you mentioned, we're currently partnered with in trying to do exactly what you mentioned. The one area that Councilor Tucker did bring to kind of the forefront, and she's right, is the mental health aspect. I know Councilor Barnes has reached out to, has mentioned in the past that he wanted us to try to bring in mental health experts to deal with the COVID issue and some of the ancillary problems that have kind of showed up in emotional stress and mental illness. And these are also some of the prompters in some of the violence, whether it's dependency on some type of substance, or it truly is a mental illness. So we can bring that in. We can kind of give a visual to that to the people who are already involved. Because I know the sheriff and the police chief have been working very diligently on trying to make sure that the connections are made. Chief Blackman has been discussing things with Chief Arp from the MCSD, and trying to make sure that we're in contact with all the folks that are on the same page, so we can do that.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring this up, because I have been researching it since, you all spoke about it, and just overall period, because crime is increasing. It's definitely increasing in my district. I'm extremely hurtful. It's people that live blocks up from me that I know who have lost sons, and it's extremely hurtful. It hurts the entire community. The one young man that was killed at Carver Park, he attended school with my son, so it's hurtful. And our community is hurting, and in a sense, we're grieving. So my only concern is that if we're gonna do this, I want us to tackle this aggressively, really, really think about ways that we can do more. meaning to do more with Parks and Rec.
Right.
I grew up, we had so many activities and so many things with Parks and Recs. And now it's kind of diminishing. We know that we are in a pandemic. We understand that, you know, our budget, we might have some budget restraints. However, that's something that I want to look at too. So that's why I would love for us to come back at the work session and have those entities and just have our own study and our own more in-depth conversation about this crime.
Right.
Yeah, and you know,
So
I think it's important to recognize that while cure violence is a solution, it is not the solution. It has to work in concert with these other areas, and I know the city manager and I had a discussion about our Parks and Rec facilities, and he's got some outstanding ideas for trying to use them for things other actually than recreation. So we're on track with some of that. Thank you, Councilor. Mr. City Manager, do you want to add anything to it?
Well, and certainly, Mayor, we'll talk more with Councilor Tucker about what she's looking for because the work session is March 30th. We do have a work session, and I kind of like to have a little bit more clarity on what you're looking for if we're going to bring something forward at the work session. But I did want to, Mayor, thank this team, this Cure Violence Committee, and as Mr. Lewis introduced the members of the committee, he noted that there is a pastor, there are 2 epidemiologists, I'll refer to him as an undertaker, and a former police officer in Reggie Lewis. And then, of course, we are here today, and Councilor Tucker is talking about the city government's involvement, the elected officials, and then there's the community. But I had a chance to meet with the mayor and this team, and yeah, we acknowledge clearly that there is a violent crime issue, a pandemic, if you will, here, and I think that's why you have epidemiologists involved, and I am happy to see that the mayor is bringing this forward at this time, because I've said before, I believe there's a fierce urgency of now with this pandemic, the violent crime in our community. We are watching other communities, as Mr. Lewis pointed out, across the United States who've already taken this giant step in the cure violence direction to try and get out front, lead the way, and take control of what I'll refer to again as a pandemic. And I heard Mr. Lewis say that it's about stopping the cycle. It's about stopping the spread. And what he described in this program is certainly a strategic approach to it. And I'm just happy to see the mayor leading the way. I think community leaders, business leaders, the citizens, and you can see even the younger generation on social media, they're crying out to city leadership for the city leaders to do something. They're looking for answers. They're looking for solutions, and they're looking for them now. And the mayor bringing this forward, and what you're talking about, Councilor Tucker, I believe is responding to the current situation, and responding to the call from the community, business leaders and others to do something and do it now. I don't see that we have time to wait, and I'm just glad that the mayor has brought it forward. So thank you to the committee, and thank you, Mayor, for bringing it forward. I completely, 100% unequivocally agree with what this Cure Violence team, not of city leaders trying to do something, but they are members from our community who are concerned about what's going on and want to do something about it. And I think it's an awesome team. Cedric Hill graduated high school with me, and I know him very well, and Reggie, a former police officer, and I am excited about this team. So thank you for coming forward and doing this.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you being here today to present this, and I look forward to great things from you. One thing that came to mind when I was looking through the material last night was in the 3 core values that you talked about, communication was an integral part of that. The intervention, the identification, and the influencing all involves communication. I had a really good friend of mine, former police officer, call yesterday and was talking about trying to get the children to open up when they see something. And one thing he had, the idea he presented, and I mentioned this to the mayor yesterday, and we were talking about how do we get this in there. You may already have this as a part of your program, but his idea was drop boxes in the schools to allow the children to anonymously let somebody know what they have heard is going on or what they may have seen without retribution or anything else. So can you talk about that a little bit? Is that a part of this program?
Right. That is one of the key parts, is getting the community involved, which involves everybody from the kids all the way up to adults. We were looking at different options to help those young kids be able to talk through those things, because it's not just dropping information about what they saw, but also helping them deal with some of the things they've seen. And that's one of the biggest issues that we have to deal with, is that, once again, I go back to ACE, childhood experiences, adverse childhood experiences. Those are the things that we have to do. We have to build, a different way to establish that connection. Because right now, honestly, there's no trust. And I'm not just talking about from a police perspective. Is somebody who doesn't look like me or doesn't come from this area, they're not going to trust you. So we have to establish that communication, and it's not something that happened in one day. As a police officer back in the 90s, I was seeing some of the same things we have problems with now. So we have to break that cycle. We have to get to the kids. That is the most important piece of all of this, is if we can get to that 0 to 10 age range, we have a good chance of turning the ship around, because that's where it's going to start. That's where we protect them. You got to understand as well is that we can talk to them. Say, for instance, we have an event and they come to our event, they're excited, they're smiling, but they go back to their homes. That's one of the other biggest things that we're working on now, is how do we have a support model that once they leave where we may be and they go back to their neighborhoods, how do we continue to support them? Because what we have to understand, and what we see in an example of this, is the Bridge program at Goodwill, which is a GED program. We start off with 30-something participants, and by the graduation and after 3 tests, majority of them have taken the 3 tests. They have 1 final test before graduation. We only end up with about 4. And what we found is throughout those 15 weeks, we see a drop-off. And that drop-off comes because that home life or that support system doesn't support them bettering themselves. It's the same thing with kids. You see young kids walking around and, sometimes talking and with language that most adults won't use. But we also have to understand those kids are seeing things that most adults haven't seen. Only police officers, EMS, or somebody in the military have seen. So that is a key component to making this work as well, is ensuring that we address the kids, provide them with ways they can talk through things, but also give them ability to be able to say, I saw this, let me drop it in the Dropbox, but also how do we support them after they leave an event that we have, and ensure that the parents or their guardians are able to help support them as well. So that's all part of it. It's working with the health department, is working with United Way. We're also working with Piedmont to come up with that model that insists or assists young kids and adults, but also teaching parents how to parent. And I don't mean that from, you got to spank your kids, but you got to think about it. We have a mother that's 45. She has a 30-year-old daughter that has a 15-year-old daughter that has a 1-year-old child. Generational embodiment and this cycle of repeating the same thing hasn't been broken. Those are the things that we have to do. It's multifaceted. We have to look at every channel we can look at to address violence. Violence is just the end result. It started somewhere. And in most cases, it started as a child. We had an ex-con that talked to us, and the first thing he stood up and said was, I needed somebody to help me through the trauma that I had been exposed to. Because I didn't get any help, or I couldn't talk about it because I was told I'm gonna be a wimp, or I'm soft, I didn't talk about it, which led to me committing violent crimes because I didn't know how to deal with it. So yes, that is part of our program as well, to make sure that we work with partners who can address that from a behavioral and mental perspective.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I really, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Hill, thank you for coming today and presenting, and just a little insight into this. I've just now learned about this in the past week on short notice, and I think Councilor Tucker is wise in saying that maybe a work session is appropriate, and getting people in here that deal with some of these issues every day and just having that conversation. I did notice in just some of the information that I've received just looking through it, and I spoke with the mayor this morning about this program, and my ears are open. I'm all ears, and certainly I'm listening to you. I think the community is asking the city, their representatives, to look at solutions to try to deal with some of the issues that we have seen lately, and not only lately, but over the past years. Of course, crime has always been something that we've all had to deal with over the course of time. I noticed that this program's endorsed by the U.S. Conference of Mayors and several other people. I also noticed that the information, I guess a lot of it stems back from 2019, and I think most recently what I have is in March 2020. I'm guessing that's prior to the pandemic. I would like to see, or I would like to ask you if we're having that work session and coming, if you can bring some current data and statistics of where the program is today. I'd like to understand. I think it's key. I think we're all, the sensitivity of it and the concern of it is at the forefront, but I think that it's important also that we assure the citizens that we can make progress, that we actually have a solution, that we're doing something about it, and they can see tangible results at the same time. I want to learn more about the financial considerations. I don't think this is just a one-time thing. It sounds like it's once assessment's done, and the exploratory side of the beginning of a program such as you're presenting today would certainly open the door for, I guess, financial considerations and how to implement a approach to this. I don't understand that yet. I'm still learning, but I do think it's very important that we build that confidence, that we can say that before we set out on in a direction, that we can really communicate that to the citizens, because that's important to them. I think it's really important to them that they know that we're all in this together, and it's a team effort, and that we're working together, and we're going to make some headway in this and solve some of these issues of concern. So if you can provide any current updates and statistical information, that would look great. I think that would be great. I think that would go a long ways in gaining the support of the community. And I know ears are open now. People are listening. But there's probably going to be questions as well. And I would like to be in a position that I can answer those questions more accurately and be more informed about it. I do plan when I get home to go online, look at it a little bit more, get in get a little bit more in depth in it and learn more about it. And you presented some good things today, and I really appreciate that. So it's always good to know our community is people are stepping up to try to find solutions, and not just anybody can talk about it, you know, but trying to find solutions and making it happen, and then assure that that we're making progress is key for our community. So thank you again. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
Thanks, sir. Councilor Woodson?
Yes. First of all, Mr. Hill, Mr. Lewis, thank you very much for bringing the program. I've heard a little bit about it, and I did some research, and I think it's an amazing program. I'd like to tell first to the mayor, thank you. Thank you for taking your leadership to see this is so important and give us all a call and tell us, look at this. This is just another part. I know in our conversation we talked about the combining the sheriff and the police department to do some additional things. So it takes a lot more than just one program. It takes a village to take care of it. But I did wanted to touch on a couple of things. Councilor Tucker talked about the recreation centers. This is my personal opinion, and based on what you're saying, I think we're both in the same sheet of music going. You can provide the recreation, the education, the job, the training, but if you don't have a mentor or someone you can talk to, it's gonna fall down. It's not gonna work, because it's true. It's just like in the military or anywhere else. You experience something, you learn to hide it, and you learn to hide it very well. And it just takes one thing to trigger that, to take you back to where you came from. So to me, the mentoring portion of it is very, very important with the mental health. I have made my little note here, like Isaiah, something in the Parks and Recreation, why they have the activities, probably have 100 black men to come in. Some of these sororities of males and females that have come like yourself, Isaiah. You came from the project, and look at you today. You know, inspiration, people for them to look at, just not an activity, but people they can reach out, feel comfortable, and talk and relate to understand. You know, I've been there and done that and wore that t-shirt, so you could wear it too. You know, to me, the mental health portion is also very, very important with the mentors. There's households with both, you know, mother and father, but yet the child still doesn't have the basic man training that they should have. There are men out here in their 30s and 40s that don't even know how to tie a tie. You know, we got to remember too that at one time, babies were having babies, and the generation that we're having today and some of the issues that we're having today is that error. And another one that I think it's very important that we keep talking about gangs, but domestic violence is big in Columbus. Most of our murders are domestic violence. It's a very, very big issue, and that's one that needs to be addressed. Also, not just the gangs, because that domestic violence, as you know, Mr. Lewis, and as you know, Mr. Hill, and all the projects that you work on, mine is a powerful thing. And if you don't put it in the right direction, it could be a time bomb at any moment. And people in domestic violence are afraid to leave that area. So it's no different than being in a gang. You know, I'm in this gang with my husband or my boyfriend. And that's very critical, and we need to look at that avenue also. I'm very supported in it. I would like to get involved because I like encouraging people. So I would like to work with y'all, but I would like to work with the young ladies to encourage the young ladies that there are things out there better than being beaten by their boyfriends or being in a gang to say they're beautiful. Somebody asked me once, and I have a habit of saying this, but someone asked me once, why do you tell women all the time, hey, beautiful, you know, hey, gorgeous? And I learned through my process in life and in public works and things like that, there are a lot of women that might look like they're smiling, they're professional, whatever, but their self-esteem is low. because no one takes the time to tell them, you look beautiful today, you look nice. So I like to do that because it makes you feel like, hey, someone noticed me, I am important. And I did that unintentionally. At my job, we were in a survey, and we were in a class, and a young lady in the class said, what happened to you that would seem really different? And a lady said, well, there's this lady, she's a stranger, I don't even know who she is, she's in this room, but every time she sees me in the hallway, she tells me I'm beautiful. And one day, I had a big fight with my husband, and I felt like I was worthless, nothing. And just that one word made a big difference. And that's when I started using it more, because I learned from her that it was, you know, it was something that we needed to hear. So to me, mentors are very, very important. That's just that one little word, that one little sentence can make such a big difference in someone's life.
Yep, that's it.
And if we need a motion, I'm ready to make the motion. I think we talked enough.
We will. And just, Councilor Tucker? Well, hang on. There we go.
I was going to say, when I mentioned Parks and Recs, I really was talking about some of the things that we did when I was coming up, and it was like an extension of my family. I had meals there. We had, and when I was in high school, we had the Midnight Basketball League, and that actually helped because that was not only an extension of your family, but those young men who are in the target age that are committing these crimes. And they say that 18 to 25, I think, the number one, the death is gun violence, due to gun violence. So what Midnight Basketball was doing was people were getting mentored, you know, by these individuals on these teams. So I'm just saying, I support this, but I also support bringing the programs that were effective back then. A lot of times we say we don't want to look back, but we do have to look back. What was effective back at that time, which was investing in Parks and Rec, which was having, you know, Midnight Basketball. And also now we see that we have a mental health crisis. In other areas, they're actually investing, doing a step further, as I mentioned to you last night, Mayor, where they're putting in the budget to provide mental health counseling. So you can do this program and then also get mental health treatment. I could speak on this a lot longer than this hour session, and that's the reason why I wanted to speak on it further. That way we can implement a true plan and add, right now while we're in this budget session, some things that we need to discuss. We might need to start back the gang task force. Yeah. You know, that's something that we have not discussed as well. We talk about crime suppression, but we might need, you know, a gang task force. So I support this, and I also support other elements of addressing the crime.
Right, so I kind of want to address a couple of things that y'all said. So first, you, Councilwoman Tucker, this is just not, you know, cure violence, and we are not partnering. If you look in our presentation at the end, there's a big picture. So everything that y'all discussed and talked about, this is the big picture. And this includes all the things y'all have talked about, the different partners, from behavioral to mental to hospitals to recreation. One of the biggest things that I ask y'all to think about, and especially going back into your district, is to find those community-based organizations, those small organizations. It's great that we're looking at it from the top. We're looking at it from the top, but as you said, we have to empower their community. That's the basis. This is a community-based program, which means we empower the community to empower themselves, and we provide the resources and the partnership to help them do that. So yes, Midnight Basketball is important, but one of the things we have to understand is, yeah, that's what I was accustomed to back then as well. One of the things we have to understand, we are competing with more now than anything. The PS5s, the Xbox Ones, the, you know, social media and everything else. Kids don't go outside and play basketball. You might have a few, but what we have to do is make sure we have the right solution and understand how to get them out, because that's where the connection comes in. So that's where that community base goes, is we're ensuring that the community, and if you look on this picture, is done specifically to show the community in the middle. And everything around it is the partnership or the support. We're just there to hug the community and uplift them to make sure they understand you can do it as well. We're here to provide you the resources, but we want you to be part of this mission. We want you to be the catalyst behind it, because if we get them empowered, then we can grow the community, because we want to look at economic development. We want to ensure that they have, safe public spaces. So that's one of the things. I just want to make sure y'all understood that, yes, we're tackling gangs, but part of some of the new implementations that are coming out is also dealing with domestic violence. So we are definitely looking at it as well. And to go back to the cost, the assessment will provide that cost, and it'll show you what each site works in and what is needed. One of the things, you're right, we can't go out and tell somebody, well, this is what it is, without understanding, because you're not going to seem confident in saying that. As you can see with Cedric and I, we're very passionate about it, but we've done our research, we've looked it over. I've called people in Atlanta that actually work in the NPU to understand how their program works, and reached out to other programs like down in Jacksonville and Savannah. So I understand we have to do this right the first time. We're only going to have one chance, because the community is looking at us as saying, okay, I want something done. But what we have to do, and what I tell people at work is, you're asking me to fix something, but I need you to be the part of the solution. And that's what we have to do. We have to ensure that the community is part of the solution. They're giving input, because if we sit out here and try to give a solution and not go into the area, that's why we're having on-site visit. It's not to sit here and then talk about what's happening on the south end or the east end. It is, let's go into the community. Let's hear what they have to say. And when I say hear, make sure we listen and hear it, and then apply the appropriate solutions. So we totally understand it. And as a police officer I had to understand that. Because if I go in the south end of town and I wasn't listening, or I wasn't paying attention, or I wasn't engaging in building that relationship, my life as a police officer is going to be very short. And that's what makes this a process that we can really make work, but we have to include all of Columbus, not just the council, not just the mayor, not just the police department. It has to be all of Columbus. And then that will ensure that we can cure this violence. Absolutely. We've seen it work. We know it can work, but it has to be 100% buy-in of everybody in this community for it to work.
Thank you, Reggie. And I'll tell you that this is, and again, everything that Councilor Tucker said is absolutely correct. This is not something for the city to undertake and say, all right, we've done, let's move on to something else. This is a part of an overarching strategy that involves changing the culture in this community. It involves getting people involved. It involves the Litter League. It involves dilapidated housing. It involves job creation. It involves generational poverty. It involves working within the faith-based organizations and the recreation centers to provide outlets. Because at the end of the day, there's a pastor that actually has an outreach program right now that is geared for the kids that Mr. Lewis just identified, that may not want to go out there. They might not be able to dribble a basketball if you gave them all day to figure it out. But they might be killers on PS2 or some of these gaming, and they've got a gaming outreach for young people to try to get them together and try to get them off the streets and do things. So there's a lot of different approaches. And one of the things, Councilor Davis is next. Hang on. Councilor.
Yes, I was just going to say, Mayor, I'm sorry. If you want to finish, you can go ahead and finish.
That's okay. I'm old.
No, I just, I saw some very interesting charts put up here. Mr. City Manager, could you make sure that, could we get some of this information sent to us, some of these charts and stuff that just came up on the screens? I couldn't see the one that was just up, but it sure looked intriguing. And but if you can get that to us, that would be great. Thank you.
We'll do it. And what I'd like to ask council to do, you've heard these gentlemen talk about an assessment. And in order to perform the assessment, it costs $25,000. And today I'm asking council to consider appropriating that $25,000 so that we can get the assessment done, so that we bring them in, let them look at the different areas and tell us either this is how you approach these areas, or no, we don't think it's a fit. But I think the first step is inviting them in for the assessment and partnering with these individuals who've been doing all the heavy lifting for the last year and a half. With that in mind, Councilor Thomas?
I move that the council appropriate $25,000 from the OLOST account to this program.
All right, there's a motion and a second by Councilor Tucker. Any discussion? I see Councilor Tucker, do you have any to the motion? Councilor Davis, to the motion?
To the motion, yes, Mayor, thank you. This is such a, I mean, just listening to it today on face value, and it's such a small investment that can really make a difference. And I think it's worth exploring and looking at it and seeing some of the avenues that we could potentially take. And I think that's just a small amount of money to hedge making a big difference in our community. So I will support. Mayor, I got confidence in you that we're doing the right thing, so I'm fine with it.
Thank you, sir.
And
right.
if I may, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor, Councilor Davis, this is probably not the first time I'm going to make a motion on this issue in the future. $25,000, as you said, is a small amount, but if the results come back, as I think they will, after you've taken a look at this, it's going to be that we're going to need to put more money into this. And Mr. Hill, I was thinking about when the next program is available at the Rotary Club, so that you guys can come to Rotary and talk about what we're doing. You can go to Kiwanis and talk about what we're doing. We need to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. And this $25,000, as I said, I believe is just the beginning, but I believe in the end, it's what's necessary. It perfectly fits the OLOST crime prevention detail. And so, Councilor Davis, it may be, we'll be back. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and if
Any further discussion?
If I may, to that point, I think that's what I was stating earlier, is that I want to understand a little bit better if that's the direction we're going. Maybe some of you know a little bit more than I do right now, but if that's the direction we're going, I think building the confidence of the community, like you said, is key, because they want to see the results. And especially when you're asking for money out of someone's pocketbook, they want to see the results and that we're making strides, we're making progress. And I think that's what I pointed to earlier. If we can do that, I think it's worthwhile.
All right, thank you, sir. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Anybody opposed, say no. All right, that passes. And now to what Councilor Tucker was, or Councilor Thomas was saying, I do have a second ask. And that is not for the expending of any money right now, but it is for this council to make a statement to the community that we are focused on changing the culture, making it safer for our public safety individuals out there, as well as the young people that are walking around our community. So I'm also going to ask council to identify and appropriate up to $500,000, which is the maximum I think it could cost for 1 year of supporting the program. Out of the same source that Councilor Thomas had indicated. That money will not be expended, but that money will be a statement set aside so that in the event the assessment comes back positive, we come back to this council, share the assessment, and then ask for that $500,000. We will then expend it. All right, so there's a motion by Councilor Tucker and a second by Councilor Woodson. Any discussion to the motion? And again, this money would not be expended. It's just identifying the resources so that the Cure Violence executive team, when they come in, knows that this community is serious about trying to make a difference in the safety level of this community. Any discussion?
Mayor, if I may, is that going to be appropriated in your budget?
We'll go ahead and appropriate it now. We'll identify those funds. We'll sort of embargo those funds until such time as we bring it back to council and it is completely approved. But we have the funds in our reserve funds, and it actually equals 1 day of reserve fund balance, and it won't be spent until we bring back the details of the assessment and get the approval of council. So depending on when that comes out, if it doesn't come out until June or July, then it would come out of the FY22 budget. But and I don't think the assessment team will be here for at least 3 or 4 weeks. And I don't know how long it takes for them to take the data back and then come back and make the presentation.
Yeah, it's 2 to 3 months.
2 to 3 months?
It can be up to 3 months as far as assessment. In your package, you'll see the different meetings that will take place, which will address a lot of the questions that you have as far as there is an official review meeting that will include, the city council, law enforcement, everything else, and then you have separate committees and separate meetings for partners and debriefings for workers and all of that. So they have it all broken down where you can get your questions answered and as well have a debriefing to talk about their assessment and what the implementation costs will be.
And as we work through the first 3 years, which is what it requires for the pilot to be successful, if you think back to, city manager likened it to Home for Good. If you look back at the creation of Whitewater, if you look back at the Mercer initiative when we had to raise private funds, in every instance, we know what a tremendous private partnership we have in this community and how the private sector steps up. But the one thing that they always want to see is that the city, particularly on an initiative like safety that is to a large extent under the city's purview, they want to see that the city is going to participate. So I think we're sending a very strong message to our community and to the assessment team from Cure Violence to say that we've got the money provided the assessment pans out and we can then present it to our council for final approval.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I think you just said it well, and yeah, I did use Home for Good as an example. When we had a team, much like this team, and I can tell you it was Rick McKnight and Lynn Williams from the Housing Authority and a few others, when we did the 10-year homeless plan. And they went out to corporate community and they said, will you put some money on the table that we can create a 501c3 in this organization? And their first question was, what's the city doing? And they came back to us, and we decided at that point, you did, to take money from the CDBG program, allocate it, and put skin in the game. And they went out and they were able to get money from the private sector. And within 24 months, we had placed it at United Way. And within a short time after that, they had created the 501c3, and it's named Home for Good, and the rest is history. That can happen with this Cure the Violence in the same way that it happened with Home for Good. And I think, Mayor, with what you're asking for today, and you've made clear that no money will be spent unless it is brought back to this council and council approves moving forward in a specific way, but that money will not be spent. You would be making a statement not just to corporate community, because they are applying for grants, they are fundraising today, this team.
That's good.
And I just see it the same way as I saw the homelessness and Home for Good. But if you approve this today, I think it's a huge statement. It's a monumental strategic move in my mind. And in my mind, it's the best plan, it's the best strategy, it's the best potential solution. I feel like something is going to get done. I feel clear in my mind that we are going to get a return on our investment, just like we did with Home for Good. We are getting the return on the investment. So certainly I hope we'll make that statement today, that they can go out and fundraise and do the things that they're doing, that it will eventually move from government to 501c3 and we've got an awesome team here to make that happen.
Well, and I want to make one more statement before Councilor Tucker, but Mr. Seth Brown is here. He's the director of our Crime Prevention Division, and one of the things that, of course, the organizational structure will be largely determined by the assessment. But one of the things that we've talked with the team about is that Mr. Brown would be kept in the loop so that this council's kept in the loop. So any information about successes, about challenges, about hires, about anything, Mr. Brown would be, much as he is with his Crime Prevention Board, they don't report to him by any means, but they send reports to him so that it keeps you involved and informed. So, Mr. Brown?
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to say that some of y'all are already familiar with this program because it was brought here 8 years ago. The reason it was not funded or utilized 8 years ago was we did not have the problem we do today, and around 50% of our violent acts, as Councilor Woodson said, was domestic violence. Today, it's not as high as that. It is more, unfortunately, black-on-black crime, young men that we're seeing that are hurting each other. And this program is specifically designed to deal with that. One of the other good things about this program is that it cooperates with other programming that we currently have. We don't have anybody that has stepped up to the table that deals with this level of violence, and frankly, because it's a little scary. You have to have very qualified individuals to do this. And what I would say is there's a lot of misconceptions around Cure Violence. It's not a team that comes in from some large city and runs this program and kind of invades Columbus, Georgia. It's almost like a train-the-trainer program, and they will employ or activate people within our community that know the gangs, that know the drugs, that were former drug dealers, former gang members, that can have an impact. These guys want to help, they just don't know how to help. I get calls all the time from former gang members that want to find a way to implement themselves into the community, but they're not quite sure how to do it. The time is right now. It was not right 8 years ago. We didn't have the level of violence that we have today as far as the gang violence goes. Yes, we had murders and we had the numbers, but it's a different kind of violence that we're seeing right now. So I would say that, Mayor, we've done our homework on this 8 years ago. We've done it even since, but it was not the right time then, but it is now, I think. And the other thing is, we didn't have anybody to implement it. Nobody would step up and take on this program 8 years ago. We even looked into the community, and there really wasn't anybody that could do it. I was ecstatic when Reggie contacted me almost a year ago, probably. We've been working on it for a while, and I knew that if anybody could do it, it was this group. So, you know, our office doesn't implement the programs. We help facilitate and get those programs forward, and we read the reports. I couldn't run this by myself. It's too big of a task, and now we have the group that could do it.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Tucker?
Mr. Lewis, are you all still having the meetings on Monday evening or afternoon? Are
Yes,
y'all
ma'am.
still having the meetings?
So what we do is we have a Monday meeting for anybody who wants to learn about the program. We usually do it around 4 o'clock, and we just set it up either by WebEx or Zoom when we have people request it. So yes, that's every Monday. And then Wednesday mornings at 7, we have a team meeting every Wednesday morning at 7 a.m. to kind of do our planning sessions.
Okay. Would it be possible to set up one for next Monday? You know, for some of the counselors that may not know, because the first time I found out about the program was through Turnaround Columbus with Mr. Buckner when we did the Breaking Bread. So that's why I said I've always supported the, you know, what you're doing. But I know some of the counselors might not know exactly what the program is.
Right. We will probably need to set it out, not next Monday, but the Monday after. We already have a meeting set up for this Monday. So yes, we can set something up.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you, yes, for being here.
Yeah, and one more thing, and what Seth was talking about is, like I said, there is yearly training. We keep up with databases. So this is a business. We run it as such, and we are under the health department as well. partnering with them because there are so many different CDC grants and information out there dealing with ACE. When you talk about adverse childhood experiences, there's a lot of focus on that right now in the health department realm. So the reason why we are partnering with the health department as well is because they coordinate and already implement solutions like that. So we're looking at all aspects and trying to run this as a true business and make sure we cover P&L, even kind of cost analysis and all that stuff. So that's part of that process as well.
All right. Thank you, sir. We have a motion and a second. Councilor Davis to the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of, I'm listening to everybody around the table, and like I said earlier when the first statement I made, that I'm learning, I'm all ears, and I'm somewhat blind. I just have to admit, I'm not up to date on this, and I think that's okay to be honest. I also, being a businessman, I like to have things in order. Yep. I like to understand what I'm approving, what I'm committing to. What I'm hearing, just so I understand, is that we're approving $25,000 for the assessment, which I don't have a problem. I think understanding it is the right thing to do, and then that we're somewhat making a commitment of $500,000 that we're going to put aside for potentially future use. I mean, that's what I'm hearing. That as we start looking at this assessment and we start looking and understanding the programs and how it fits our community and how we want to implement in our community, the funds could be there to utilize. But that doesn't mean we're making a decision to utilize them today. And I think that's what I'm understanding. I think that's what I heard the city manager just say. Ms. City Manager, your explanation was really good. That helped sell me some and I use that term kind of lightly, but I am somewhat uncomfortable not really, like I said, I think some of the members of council are a little further ahead than I am, and I just got this information this past week, matter of fact, in the last couple of days, so I'm catching up. I'm a little uncomfortable in that sense, as being able to put a vote on it, but what I'm listening to today is that we're committing to move forward, to make a difference, to try to leverage that out in the community, the financial consideration side of it, and at the same time build that plan, and as we get to that point, we'll deem it appropriately if we need to utilize funds. I also like what the crime prevention director said, that that this has been worked on. I don't remember this being worked on many years ago, but it seems like a lot of people are really have been doing their homework and understand that it can be implemented. I'm willing to give that a chance, but I also want to make sure that we're doing the right thing with the funding request. So from that understanding, I guess, is that what I'm hearing,
That's
Mr.
correct.
Mayor?
That's correct.
Yeah, that I will support you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, in moving in the right direction to see if we can
Thank you, sir.
Make a difference in the community.
All right, there's a motion and a second on the table. No further discussion. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. All right, thank you. And again, that is an appropriation of that money to identify, to be utilized pending approval of this council. So, good, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
I would ask for you to please consider the minutes of February 23rd meeting, and I'd accept a motion. Motion by the Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Woodson to approve the minutes. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. They are approved. And I do want, we normally give a short COVID update. In lieu of that, I will tell you our numbers continue to improve. We've sort of plateaued a little bit. They're a little bit higher than they were back in November, but they're still trending downwards. And we do have some gentlemen here. I'm going to ask our Deputy Director of VMA, Chance Corbett, to come forward with his guests. And I want to apologize to these gentlemen. Truthfully, as significant a challenge as COVID-19 is, and trying to get vaccinations in almost 200,000 people around Columbus, the most pressing issue in our community right now, I think, has to be the violent crime. So please forgive me for moving that up on the agenda and dealing with that first. So we are glad you guys are here. Chance?
Thank you, Mayor. It's a privilege to be here today. As you know, from communication we've had recently. We've had some very good news in the Columbus area. For one, we've had clinics that have been very successful at the Civic Center. That coupled with several clinics we've done with DPH, and we continue to do those. We scheduled 6 more yesterday for smaller areas out in the community, and per a lot of the direction from the mayor, trying to get it out into areas like some of the schools and recreation areas. Today, I'm privileged to have, obviously, I have Chief Scarpa here with me from the Columbus Fire and EMS, but also have 3 members from GEMA. They are already on site at the Civic Center. They're already setting up, and they will be on site until the clinics are finished about 13 weeks or so from today. We're excited to have this type of organization, this type of event coming to Columbus. I think there are a lot of cities and counties across this state that would love to have this opportunity. We have heard the messages from people that have signed on to DPH trying to get an appointment and have not been able to. We've heard great feedback from those that have. We feel that with having GEMA in town and running these clinics at the Civic Center, it's going to be great. We met with them on site last Thursday. They brought in 2 helicopters full of team members to meet on site to look at the layout. They're going to use a layout very similar to what we used in the previous clinics because it worked. We had very good feedback, and they felt that it was going to work as well. We feel this clinic will be likely be one of the larger clinics in the state of Georgia, and we're just excited. So I'm going to ask, Jason is the regional coordinator from GEMA. He is our regional coordinator in this area, but he'll be the site manager as well, and I'll let him introduce the other 2 people he has with him. Jason?
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Thank you so much for having us here. We're excited to be in Columbus. I have spent the last 6 years as the Area 4 Field Coordinator for the Georgia Emergency Management Agency. Live in LaGrange, so not too far away. Frequent Columbus a lot with my family. But Mayor, thank you, and Council, thank you for having us here in Columbus and hosting us. We are your guest until midsummer, and are happy to be here. Chief Scarpa, thank you so much. Chance Corbett, for all of your support that you've given us, and to my new best friend in Columbus, Rob Landers at the Civic Center. Rob and Brian and his team have been outstanding to us already, and we've only been here a few days, and so thankful to be hosting a site here in Columbus. I've spent the last month or so over in Macon, Georgia, doing the same thing, and we've been very successful. Last Thursday, we administered our 10,000th vaccine there in Macon, and it was an honor to be there to do that. We are not doing this alone. GEMA is a coordinating agency. We work under the Office of the Governor, and we have some special folks that are helping us. The Georgia DOD, the Army National Guard, and specifically will be here on site with us in Columbus. There'll be about 45 members of the Army National Guard. FEMA will have a slew of people here helping us with registration, and then our private contracting nurses who are here that will be helping in association with other state agencies, the Georgia Department of Transportation, Georgia Forestry Commission, believe it or not, and so many others who are stepping up to help us. The Columbus MVS, I use the acronym MVS, Mass Vaccination Site, is one of 9 in Georgia authorized by the governor. We started off with 4 and ran those for a few weeks, and now we're starting off with 5 more to place these mass vaccination sites strategically in the state of Georgia so that we can get the most shots and the most arms possible. Just a little bit of information. You have a FAQ sheet in front of you, Council. My deputy site director, Edwin Whitworth, will go over that here in just a few minutes. But just to give you an idea, try to answer some questions off the bat for you. We will start putting shots in arms on the 17th of March, next Wednesday. And we will start off at about 1,100 a day, 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. We will do 1,100 vaccines, or we will make available 1,100 vaccines a day. We will do that for about 3 weeks, and then we're going to bump up to 2,000 a day. We'll do that for a while and see how that goes, and if Chance and Chief Scarpa have their way, we'll bump up to 3,000. And I'm perfectly okay with that, but definitely in the plan is for us to start off at 1,100 or so a day, and then strategically move to around 2,000 a day. We are using the Pfizer vaccine solely. We're not using any other vaccine, just Pfizer for now, and we have ultra-cold storage on site, a highly technical refrigeration system that will hold this vaccine at negative 60 degrees Celsius on site in the parking lot of the Columbus Civic Center. Anyone who wants to register, and Edwin again will talk about this, but I'll throw this website out to you, myvaccinegeorgia.com. myvaccinegeorgia.com would be where you would go to register. And let me say this, that anyone can register. Anyone can register on this site. However, you will not be afforded an appointment unless you fall into the category, the phase that the governor has listed out right now, which is phase 1A plus. It includes healthcare workers. It includes long-term care facility patients and staff. It includes Georgians over 65 years old. Also includes public safety personnel as well. And today or yesterday, we actually extended that phase to include pre-K through 12th grade educators and staff of educational facilities, adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their caregivers, and also parents of children with complex medical conditions are also qualified now. Going forward, as seem fit, and as we are getting shots in arms of people who qualify now, those phases will be extended. And so we look forward to doing that. I'm going to have Edwin come up and go over the FAQ that you have in front of you, and Edwin will give you some information on how we're going to get this word out to folks and how the operation will go, and then we'll be available for any questions.
Good morning. I'd like to say thank you again for allowing us to come in and speak to you this morning. If you look in front of you, there's FAQ, as Jason said, myvaccinegeorgia.com. Messaging is going to be key, and so we want to make sure that we have the same message as we move forward. I know we'll be working with the Civic Center, Rob Landers and his team, to try to do as much as we can to publicize this message, and I know we'll be working with you and your staff as well as we move forward in the next by the end of the week with our public relations. What I want to talk about today is a FM radio station. We're setting up at the Civic Center. In fact, Rob Landers and his team has actually already got a transmitter on site. We are going to be working to install a permanent antenna and feed line so we can broadcast a message. It will be a scripted message that we are using across all the other vaccination sites. We've had very good success with this message. It will be some of the do's, some of the don'ts. We're also putting this message up on billboards around so people can know as they drive by that they can go to myvaccinegeorgia.com to register, as well as when they're listening to the message, there'll be some other instructions as to when you're in line, some of the do's, some of the don'ts, once you're on site. And we're going to leave that antenna there based on some of the information I've heard this morning, trying to reach recreational other areas. We're going to leave. Okay. We're going to leave that antenna there for some future use. Hopefully, I know there's been doing some movie screens there at the Civic Center, so hopefully that'll be for y'all to use in the future. You're going to be coming in. There's only going to be one way in, and that's going to be off the Lumpkin Boulevard, 1 Lumpkin Boulevard. and you will need a QR code and or a phone number to once you get on site to make sure that you have an appointment. Do y'all have any questions?
Yes, just a second. Councilor Woodson.
Yes, I just had a question. I'm not sure if it pertains to y'all or the city manager, but I'm going to ask. You know, sometimes when we have events or where there's a traffic detour, we put these big signs out that has a message. Will we be able to have those like in nearby or in the community where people driving by can see where it says, go to myvaccinationgeorgia.com and register for a shot, and it could tell who qualifies at this time. So that can also help get the information out to the community. I'm just thinking it's important if we did that, if we put it out through certain parts of the city, then people will get that information. Because unfortunately, with media and everything we do, there's still people that fall through the loop that don't know about it. But if you're driving and you see it, you know, it will remind you, hey, I want to go get a vaccination, let me go register.
You know, we have 3 variable message boards. They're mobile, and we'll certainly make sure we use those in this process, strategically locating them with a message that can be read, of course. It'll be succinct, short, to the point, so that people can see it as they drive by, but certainly.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. It's just to get the word out, you know, more out there. And I don't know if we need more, and maybe DOT will help us out, but we need to get the message out, because there's people that will call me and say, hey, I want to get a vaccine. Where do I go? Hey, you know, so it's very important that we get the word out and say, hey, it's here. Come on out.
Well,
you know?
and certainly we'll use CCG-TV
Okay.
To communicate that as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ma'am, just so you know, also, we have an external affairs team within GEMA who will be downrange with us here in Columbus for the first week. They will be talking directly with your public affairs folks here in the city, also with Rob's public affairs folks. We've already setting up meetings for that to make sure that messaging gets out to the public. Any miscommunication that happens, we'll have people on site to handle that in conjunction with your people who are also here.
Can we somehow, Isaiah, I'm not sure, or FEMA somehow, can we get it to like the Minister Alliance or other organizations of ministers that they can in their paraput, they can announce it to their congregation that this is available to them? And thank you for GEMA and everyone. I'm just thinking, you know, as an ordinary citizen, how would I find out? And so that's why I'm making these suggestions, because I think if we can get the religious community and the school system involved too, to send little notes to the kids, we can get everybody done and taken care of. Thank you.
Just a couple other points real quick, if you will. We have been doing a lot with the media lately. In fact, I was on the podcast of WRBL yesterday with the mayor, and we did a couple of interviews the other day. So any way we can get the word out, we'll be glad to do that and present anytime that anyone is willing to listen to us. So we want to get the word out as much as we can. I mentioned earlier the sites that we were looking at. The mayor's been adamant about getting out in the community. We are looking at sites at Spencer High School, Carver High School. The second shot for the large clinic that we did at the Civic Center is already getting scheduled. Obviously, those are registration for the second shot, but it's being scheduled at Peachtree Mall. We're getting out. We'll be at Shirley Winston again for a large clinic. So we're not just solely relying on the GEMA site. We believe that is going to be the long-term answer, but we are also getting out in the communities as well. So anything we can do to get that word out, we will definitely explore that. Thank you.
Yeah, and we also have access through the city manager's office through our 311 system, the automated information system that we can send out and we target neighborhoods. So if we have a pop-up clinic with some of the vaccines, and I want to make it clear, and I know Mr. Corbett will back me on this, DPH and the hospitals continue to try to get vaccine. So we're so grateful for Jason and the guys from GEMA being down here setting this up to do a mass effort. But we also understand that there are going to be some pockets where folks have transportation issues, so we're going to try to deal with those as well through that automated information system. And we are looking into the possibility of setting up a call center that will not only receive calls from people who may not be internet savvy or comfortable registering through a portal. We'll be able to have people there that just takes their information, enters it, tells them when to show up. So we're trying to think of every avenue we can come up with to make sure everybody in this community and the surrounding region in Georgia knows of the availability of the vaccine. Councilor Thomas?
Mr. Corbett, I have had a question about our neighbors across the river.
Yes, ma'am.
This is for Georgia residents only, is that correct?
This is being advertised as Georgia residents only. According to the sources from GEMA, they're not going to turn people away. The goal is to get shots in arms, but it is a Georgia program. So we are obviously we believe our neighbors in so many ways. Or they come to our town, they're shopping here. A lot of them are working here. The Region I stance was from the beginning, if they were working here, they could get a shot here. So that was going on pretty throughout the process anyway. So when you go to the myvaccinegeorgia.com, the first thing it asks you is what county of residence you're in, and it is only Georgia counties. So there is some limitation there, but so I'm trying to tread lightly on the answer to that, I guess, is from what I've been told from GEMA.
That's why I asked you and not stayed with my answer.
Yes, ma'am. From what I've been told with GEMA, they want shots in arms. They want as many people as they can to get vaccinated. Those people are in our community, just like we're in their community. So. And I say that because I live in Phoenix City, outside Phoenix City, so I'm kind of on both sides. So it is something that we do believe there will be the ability to help our neighbors through this process. Our announcement is, as the announcement's been from GEMA and the governor, this is a Georgia program through GEMA, and when you sign up, it leans you towards picking the county you live in Georgia. So I guess I hope I can have a better answer to that in the future. I don't know that I have the exact answer. I don't want to burn my relations with GEMA standing up here and announcing something I shouldn't be announcing or saying, come on over, and do it. But we do believe there will be an opportunity there to help our neighbors as well.
Good. Thank you.
Absolutely. Can I say one more thing, Mayor?
Yes.
Something I failed to mention a few minutes ago was our educators and our education system in Muskogee County School District. We have 2 closed pods, and that stands for point of distribution, set up with the Muskogee County School District. We are going to be helping them. They have really stepped up and really helping themselves a lot with Tracy and Dr. Lewis. But we have 2 that are scheduled that will be taking care of all of their staff and the educators and working with DPH and Chief Scarpa sending fire medics and folks and an ambulance to help vaccinate that as well. So we are very encouraged knowing we're going to get our school folks vaccinated within the next few weeks. So,
Councilor Woodson.
Yes, I just want to make sure I'm clear on your answer back. So I don't mean to be rude, but anyway. So the priority is Georgia.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
if someone came from Alabama, you would, from Phoenix City, you would do the vaccination, correct?
yes, ma'am. That is my understanding, but I'm going to let Jason from GEMA answer that, so I don't step on any toes there, okay? I'm gonna let him.
And
Thank you.
before he does that is because I want to make sure we do this as a partnership.
Sure.
And let's say when you go to Phoenix City, if someone at first was afraid, to take the shot and didn't, and then you offer it in Phoenix City, then the same benefit will be given to someone in Columbus, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that is true.
Okay.
But again, I may need to check on that a little bit. I'm going to let Jason take a point on the question, the first question you had, just to
Okay.
make sure we answer it right.
All righty, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for the question there. From an operational objective, my objective is to get shots in arms. That's my directive from my boss and from the governor. When we're given 1,100 shots a day, with 20 nurses, it would cost me a lot more time to pull someone out of the line than it would to give them a much-needed vaccine. And my objective is to put vaccine in arms. And so I will make sure that every effort is done. If they have an appointment, if they have registered the way they are required to register, and they have an appointment with a QR code, they will get a vaccine.
My only concern, the reason why I say that, my only concern is if we're here to vaccinate Georgia and we get lots of people from Alabama, then the Georgians don't get it. That's my only concern, but I agree with you. If someone's in line, it's fine, but we want to make sure it doesn't go one way more than another, because when people hear vaccination, they're going to come, and we got to make sure that the people in Georgia did get theirs. And I'm not trying to be ugly, I'm just being honest, that we want to make sure that our residents have that opportunity to get vaccinated. And if that situation happened, then let it be vice versa the other way also, that if they go over there to Phoenix City, they can. I believe in the Tri-City community, always have, but right now with the vaccination and so many people, elderly, needing, and people with health issues, that concerns me, because a lot of the people that would come are elderly and have health issues, and I hate for them to be overruled by someone that's healthy or young just because they can come over the water. And I know a lot of my friends are from Phoenix City. They're probably going to call me and cuss me out, but it's how I feel. We're here to serve the people of Georgia, our taxpayers, and while I still want to be a neighbor, I want to ensure we're taken care of first, and then whoever else comes, more than happy.
Yes, ma'am, and it is a unique situation in Columbus, and I live in LaGrange, so I understand the same situation. Our website is myvaccinegeorgia.com, and there are counties that you would pick for residency once you're in there. Again, however, my goal at the end of the day is to get 1,100 shots and 1,100 arms, and that's what we will make sure happens here.
I want to just pluck a little something in there too, that we're doing all these little possible sites for the shots. We do have a lot of volunteers out in the community. I work with a group called Community Warriors. When Piedmont was giving their shots, they went in there and helped out. They did the paperwork, and it was a really great setup. I think his name is Terry, right? Mm-hmm. Terry set it up really fantastic. We as the Community Warriors went in, we did all the paperwork. They had the rooms lined up, the nurses there, and it was like clockwise. And it worked real good. So there are organizations out here that if you need assistance, we'll be more than happy to help. And I'm not committing them, but I'm just saying they're here. There are other organizations, other volunteers that would love to do the paperwork, verify the person's ID, make sure rewrite the paper when you got your shot, when you get your next one, and go get in line and get your shot.
Yes, ma'am. And within our agency, we have a division called VOAD, Volunteer Organizations Active in Disaster. And our VOAD lead, her name is Sarah Jackson, and we are vetting volunteer pharmacists, volunteer nurses, volunteer groups through them, so as we're not having to validate credentials on site. And so if anyone's interested in that, if they would just go to our VOAD, Volunteer Organizations Active in Disaster, on our webpage at gma.gov, so you can check that out there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Tucker.
Yeah, I was trying to get that information that you said, the VOAB. Can you share it with?
Yes, ma'am. If you go to gma.ga.gov, which is our website, or just Google the Georgia Emergency Management Agency, there's a tab there for volunteers who would like to assist. We are hiring out our clinicians based, of course, we can't just have someone show up and say they're a pharmacist or a nurse, so we're vetting all of that through our state VOAD organization there. We have a volunteer here today, Tom Ollie, is a communications volunteer who is working with us here in Columbus on site, and so we gladly accept volunteers. It just has to go through the state process of being vetted especially for something as important as vaccinations.
Okay. Question, are we addressing the individuals who have already registered? I'm not sure if it was, is it 23,000 still left?
I think it's down to about 19, and there is no automatic port over of those individuals, but they are being encouraged to go back to myvaccinegeorgia.com and register as well.
Because I have a lot of senior citizens in my district that call, and I know some that I might not get because I haven't received those calls. Remember, I had told you this before, but how are we, getting to those individuals who have been on that waiting list for, the last few months, and some of them are close to like 80 years old, so.
Yes, ma'am. One of the first things that the mayor asked was when we found out what GMO was coming to town was, can we merge the two lists? Mr. Bishop did as well. Can we merge the two lists into the ones that have been waiting for public health into the GMA site? There is no automatic merge, as the mayor mentioned, but I have reached out to public health, and they have agreed to send messaging to those people that have signed up for their list, directing them to go to the myvaccinegeorgia.com. That way, they can get on that list and hopefully get through a little quicker. Obviously, they're doing 1,100 up to 2,000 or 3,000 shots a day. We believe we can get more people through there quick. The last number, Mayor, I had 2 days ago was we were around 19,000 now. It's down a little bit that were on that list, and we're hoping to, some of those are probably going to be duplicates. Some of those are probably some that have already received the shot somewhere else. But we hope that list can be wiped out pretty quickly. As the PIO for the health department said, she said several weeks from now, we hope that list is non-existent. So, and again, we are still doing the smaller vaccination locations through the community to try to catch those that are already on that list.
Yep. Thank you, Chance. And the bottom line here is that this is a significant challenge. Not so much the administering the shots, but getting the information out and trying to create an orderly process for them to come through. That is why, frankly, we are so excited that GMA is here. They have a template. They drop in. They look for a location. They found it in the Civic Center. And we know they're going to do their part and be putting a lot of vaccines in arms. We're going to continue doing our part in conjunction with DPH and with the hospitals, and we're going to be having some stand-up clinics, and we will view it as our challenge to come up with innovative ways to let folks in these neighborhoods know that it's available. So thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate y'all being here. And before y'all leave, Chief Scarpa, I just wanted to thank you and your men and women of the fire department. I know they had a long night last night. I didn't know if you wanted to give a 30-second update on how that went.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We had an apartment fire last night off of Buena Vista Road. It was a fairly large fire. We displaced a lot of residents. The fire is under investigation at this time, but I'm happy to report that we have no injuries, no fatalities from that fire. We had some water supply issues in that area. There were only hydrants at the entrance to that complex. It's one of the oldest complexes in the community. So, of course, the fire was in the furthest part of the complex away from that hot fire hydrant. And then we had some failures of equipment during the fire. But again, no injuries, no fatalities, and the fire is under investigation.
Outstanding job, Chief. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All right. Next, we have an add-on here. It's a proclamation that we were unable to present. Is Charnay here with Keep Columbus Beautiful? Yes, she is. I'm going to ask Councilor Tucker to read this into the record. Come forward, please, ma'am. Great job, by the way, this past weekend. And we hope to see more days of that Little League pop up over the next several months.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Charnay. The proclamation reads, whereas Keep America Beautiful Incorporated is the nation's leading nonprofit that brings people together to build and sustain vibrant communities, and whereas Keep America Beautiful Incorporated established the Great American Cleanup as the nation's largest annual community improvement program that harnesses the power of over 4 million volunteers to build vibrant communities. And whereas Keep Columbus Beautiful will celebrate the Great American Cleanup with the first Columbus Litter League on Saturday, March 6, 2021, by cleaning the different districts across Columbus, Georgia. And whereas the Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission, Columbus City Council, and the local community leaders will partner in the cleanup efforts, and whereas the Columbus Litter League will enhance beautification, increase community involvement, and help the economic vitality of business and residential areas. And whereas the spirit of volunteerism is alive and well in the city of Columbus, and we value citizen participation in community improvement projects. And whereas since 1987, Keep Columbus Beautiful has served as a city resource center for litter prevention, recycling, and waste reduction education and community greening. Now, therefore, I, B.H. Skip Henderson III, Mayor of Columbus, Georgia, do hereby proclaim Saturday, May 6, 2021, as Columbus Litter Day.
I just want to say thank you to all of you all for making that event a success. We had over 254 people register. We have not been able to collect everyone who came out that day, but we did get the numbers back, and you all helped us pick up over 17,000 pounds of litter from our city, and that's a huge impact. So I just want to give you all a round of applause and thank you, and we'll continue to give you that report as we get it. So thank you so much.
Great job.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Ware, Director Ware, thank you so much. I appreciate all that you did. We all appreciate you. It was a nice coming together of the whole city. The volunteers enjoyed themselves. I think it was just a nice day out for people to mingle because we've been closed up for so long, even though it was an outdoor activity, which made it well for everybody. But thank you so much. And I also wanted the mayor to piggyback with me on this. Our director, Sharnae Ware, is running for Miss Georgia Earth. Is that correct? And there's a website, www.Sharnae, CHARNAE, 4, Miss, MISSGAEARTH.info. So that's www.Sharnae4, MissGeorgiaEarth.info. She's running for Miss Georgia Earth to represent our area here for the state, and she's asking for donations and things to help her out. So please, 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 I'm asking the council and all of the community in Columbus to please take time to support one of our own and push her through to a championship so she will win this as well as the great weekend we just finished having with you. And I can't say enough. Everybody is still talking. And for everyone to know, personal thank you, that she was out with her family, parents, grandparents. Everybody was out and working on Saturday, getting everything done. Thank you so much, and Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Woodson?
Yes, Jermaine, congratulations on Bruce. You'll just have to share that later, that link with us. But I wanted to congratulate you. It was wonderful. Everyone, like Bruce said, everybody enjoyed it. They like it. Several people said, hey, we need to do this again. It was very, very fun. My only concern is, and I want to see in your future projects, if you can look at, I was very disappointed in the businesses. The businesses did not come out of their facility to clean up around their own areas. And they're the key of the problem, because if people go to a convenience store and get something, what's the first thing they do? They just dump it on the side of their vehicle. So I think in the next round or something, we need to go out and target or send a mass mailing to, you know, we need, or mayor, I'm not sure how we can do it, but somebody can get innovative with it to get the businesses to start doing their part. I went to one business, well, 3 of the businesses I went for drop-off point, and I said, hey, if you don't want nobody to talk about you, you better clean up, we're coming. But I shouldn't have to say that. You know, it should be, hey, the city's doing a cleanup. I'm in this community. This community has been having some hard times. Let me get my staff to go out there and clean up. People stand before us and complain, what is the city doing? Well, what are you doing in your business? Your business looks trashy. Clean it up. You know, go out there and clean it the night before. So that was my only concern, and I said I was going to say it, and some people told me, don't say that. I got to, because it takes all of us to clean our city, not just, you know, the volunteers that came out. But just wanted you to think about that one. I'm not sure what the way of doing it, but the businesses need to stand up, and they need to clean up. And maybe our code enforcement, if they see a very dirty area, hey, give them a ticket for litter. Maybe that's a way of doing it. So they take pride in their business and in the community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. I had a pastor reach out to me, and they were unable to participate on Saturday because they keep the Sabbath. And so they are going to be cleaning an area in my District 5 on Sunday, March 14th. And if anybody wants to do it again, they are going to be working in the area near Home Depot and Walmart on Smoke and Sowega and Armour, kind of going around that area cleaning up. And so if anyone wants to grab a couple garbage bags and meet them at 9 o'clock on March 14th, they would appreciate your help, and so would District 5. Thanks. It's going to be on, you would meet right there near where Walmart is on Smoke.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say what a wonderful time we had Saturday. It was just, I had a great group. I'm sure everybody else had a fantastic time, good people, but my group was just exceptional, and for fear of missing somebody. I mean, there was a lot of people that showed up for fear of missing somebody. I'm not going to name names, but I had a great time. And Councilor Thomas, if you go down Bradley Park, I think you'll notice a difference. Double churches. We got 2 roads that we picked. We picked up a lot of bags. I mean, a lot of bags of trash, a lot of trash, and I'm just so thankful that people were willing to come out. And had a young man that came out and did a little community service, Kavis, and he brought his mother and walked right along, had a great time talking to him. And I mean, it's not just picking up trash, but I mean, you just get to know people and have a good time telling stories. We told a lot of stories and talked about a lot of things, and it was just good. And they want to do it again. One thing, Councilor Woodson was right. One thing, a lot of my group, the feedback that I received was we did see a lot of businesses, various places that just, over time, the litter, the trash is just built up everywhere. And we thought about trying to find a way to be creative with businesses, and that may be something that Keep Columbus Beautiful can do, is to start a new kind of invest in your community and your property or around your property, and maybe businesses might be willing one Saturday a month or a couple Saturdays a month to maybe get their employees involved, maybe provide a little incentive to kind of keep our properties clean. I remember when I played in Japan, they took pride in their communities. They took pride in their streets. You go over there, there's hardly any trash anywhere, but the older generation would actually get out there and clean and kind of show leadership to the younger generation. And boy, they put them in their place if their places or in their storefronts and their places were dirty. The older generation took charge of that real quick and put them in their place. But it just seemed like there was a sense of community. And maybe that's something we can do, is start encouraging the businesses to take ownership and pride in their properties or around their properties, and maybe, like I said, once a week, once a month or so, once every 2 months, maybe do something with their employees to get involved and pick up some trash, and we can kind of partner up with them to make a difference. And I think that would make a difference because there was a lot of stuff that we just couldn't pick up. There was just too much. And we were able to get the right-of-ways and then off the right-of-ways in some areas, but Mayor, it was a lot of fun, and I think we made a difference. I hope those areas stay clean for a while because it does make a difference. And I drove by the other day, and certainly I just felt a sense of pride, that we accomplished something, and it was good. We made progress. So thank you for everybody that was involved in making this happen. And I'm sure I'm probably saying echoing the same thing my other counselors in their respective districts with their groups probably had the same experience. So thank you, Charmaine, for helping coordinate this and put it all together. I've got all the equipment I need to get back to you. Those little grabbers, at first I thought they weren't going to make it, but those things are incredible. I mean, they really are. I was at home making my own little poke or whatever you want to call it to kind of get the trash, reach down and get the trash, and I'm like, I threw that in the back of my truck and used those little grabbers, and they were incredible. Those things are tough, so maybe you need to get some more of those things.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I'll be a witness. I watched you operating your little grabber when you were over there on Whitesville Road, so good job. Councilor
See you there.
Yes, I just wanted to let council and everyone know I just forwarded to the deputy clerk over here to get the information out. And it's www.charnay4missgeorgiaearth.info. So we hope to support you, and we are pulling for you to win. Thank you so much, and thank your family again, too.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Tucker?
I see the Honorable Reginald Thompson in the audience from Municipal Court, and I just wanted to thank him, and it was because he was one of my District 4 volunteers, and he actually had the Kappa League, the youth, to come out, and it was so awesome to see all those young gentlemen, out early Saturday morning volunteering. So I definitely wanted to thank him. And I don't know if you all knew that Representative Kevin Smiley was out volunteering as well. So we want to thank our representative, and our former Councilwoman Valerie Thompson was also on my team. So I want to thank her, and we had a lot of youth on our team. And also, I can't think of, you were sitting by him, Mimi, Mr. Rick Atkins, and he's probably like 70 or 60-some years old, 70, and he was in the ditches cleaning up. So Director Ware, I was about to say Johnson, Director Ware, thank you. Just thank you for listening and for me being able to work with you. It was awesome. I can't wait to hear more that you already have in plan for the Columbus Litter League. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Tucker. Now we'll go into the, I'm sorry. Councilor Woodson.
Yes, I just wanted to, Ms. Ware walked away, but I wanted council and everyone to know also. There was a lot of different groups with me. We had between Councilor Huff and myself, we had about 86 people come out from different organizations, but I want to just highlight one because I think it's very important how our partners and our quality of life people help out. I called the Lions, Columbus Lions, Dragon Lions. I called them like, I'd say 4 days before the cleanup. And they agree, and they had the worst. I felt so bad that I went and helped them because they had some of the players out there cleaning on Victory Drive by the traffic circle where the flags are, the entrance. And it was so trashy. I felt so bad for them. But they cleaned that area up with only like 5 team players. Myself and 2 other families, and it was terrible. But they even had their mascot out there, and I'm terrible at putting pictures on Facebook. I gotta do better. But even the mascot was with the little clenches that Glenn you were talking about, and he was even picking up trash. You know, so it's really, I think it's wonderful that we highlight these different organizations, and I thought that was a great thing that they took time. They had just played the game, which they did outstanding. They beat the other team real good, but they came out, and I think that speaks a lot for that organization to, on a short notice, come out and be part of the community and show the community how they care. And I know Tucker forgot, but I'm just going to plug it in there too. Our police department was out there. I was a little jealous because they were on her team. But the police department, there were so many different groups out there that normally would not be out in the community that was out there. And that goes to show the pride, the love that they have for this community. And since we were plugging in people, I wanted to give the River Lions a big, big plug because that's amazing. They just finished the game, came out early in the morning, and unfortunately, I gave them a really bad spot without realizing it, and they did a fantastic job in cleaning it up. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Tucker was saying we probably need to do a list. I think that per our districts, we can do a proclamation or something that we can give to our captains so that they can distribute it to the individuals later, so they can see the sense of appreciation that we had and the sense of pride. So please go support our Lions. They were awesome. They support our community. Just want to give them a pitch. Thank you.
Those are great reports. I appreciate you sharing it. We had a CSU student and 3 retirees out there picking up trash. So we really had a good crowd. Enjoyed the day too. Let's move on to the agenda and call up the audit. Elizabeth Bearfield, would you come forward, please? Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you doing?
Good.
Wanted to take an opportunity to share with you about the recent audit that I completed on the Clerk of Municipal Court. That audit was requested by outgoing Clerk Vivian Creighton Bishop. She was actually in office for 27 years, and she left December of 2020. The new clerk is Reginald Thompson. I think Councilor Tucker pointed him out, that he's here today to hear the results of his audit. The audit was authorized by Council in December 2020. Let me tell you a little bit about Clerk of Municipal Court. It supports the activities of the Sheriff's Department, and they handle legal proceedings, including civil suits with settlements less than $15,000 and criminal cases. Additional duties that the Municipal Court handles are a lot of citizen services. They have a customer counter, answer a lot of customer phone calls, and do emails. They've got 15 full-time employees and an annual budget of $760,000 a year. In fiscal year 2020, they collected about $211,000 in court cost. But don't let that number alarm you. It is actually down. Generally, that number is about $250,000, but with the COVID issues that came up, civil cases were suspended for the months of March, April, and May. So the numbers are actually down about 16%. Let's talk a little bit about the audit process. The first thing we start out with is an entrance conference. And it's an opportunity to sit down and talk with the auditor and the department prior to the audit so that everyone knows what to expect. That entrance conference can be attended by anyone the department head chooses. It could be just the department head, or it could be the entire department. This particular conference was attended by the clerk himself, Reginald Thomas, and his chief deputy clerk, Wendy Lewis. It's an opportunity. It's not just a one-way street when you go in and do an audit. It's a give and take. They have got issues that they would like to see addressed or areas of concern that they may like some help or suggestions with. So we kind of lay out some groundwork for the audit. Basically what I did was I did some observations of the office processes. I looked at the new court management system called Odyssey. I also took a look at the online system called InCourt. I reviewed the bank statements, did a payroll audit, and also took a look at the budget. So let's talk about the actual audit. The first thing I did, especially in light of COVID, was I tried to do a lot of groundwork prior to actually going on site. I sent them an email and just gave them an entire list of all the different things that I would be looking at and reviewing for the audit. There was just one list of things after another. And it was very shocking. I think in a couple of days, I had an awful lot of information sent to me electronically. They had already started putting things together. When I got on site, a lot of the reason that I asked for that information was to minimize my time there and not impose on them and maintain social distancing and be as efficient and as non-imposing as I could possibly be. When I got there, they had a desk set up for me with a telephone. I was socially distanced, but I was still very accessible to the rest of the department. And they had a majority of the information sitting there waiting for me, nicely organized and looking for my review. The first thing I took a look at was the Odyssey system, our new court management system. Wants to let everyone know, and you should be very happy, that the personnel in this department is fully integrated and completely engaged with the system. They start using it at 8 o'clock in the morning and they shut it down at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When I sat and talked with them, they were able to answer my questions, and they were all very well trained. In talking with personnel about the new system, the comments ranged from they were very happy and very excited with the new system to there was a lot of frustration. They felt that there was a lot of redundancy. It was asking the same questions over and over. They felt like it was very repetitive and took a long time to do anything. Well, as an auditor sitting and watching the process, I can tell you all those things that they mentioned are very, very valid, but actually the system is doing exactly what it needs to be doing. All of the questions, the redundancy, the long process is a part of the internal controls that are necessary for a system like this. One of the things that I did feel was a drawback of the system is that it does produce system-generated receipts. For example, if a citizen comes in and makes a payment for a service, they do not get a receipt immediately. So we are still using handwritten, unnumbered receipts in order to give a customer a final transaction support. It would be very, very nice if we could immediately enter information into the system and get a system-generated receipt, but based on the time it takes to do that, that would be adverse to the citizen. It's best to go ahead and get them out the door. The next thing that I reviewed was InCourt, which is an online access system. Citizens can go out from anywhere in the country or maybe anywhere in the world or wherever there's internet, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they can request services from the municipal court. They also pay InCourt with a credit card. What happens every day is personnel comes into municipal court. They've got emails from InCourt about the activity. Unfortunately, there's not an interface with Odyssey, so what we have to do is retrieve that information, enter it into Odyssey, and we make a note that we've got money that's coming. Every couple of weeks, in-court sends a check. We reconcile the check to the money that we're expecting, and the check goes to the bank. I'm very happy to say that that process is happening very timely, and the work is being done very accurately. As far as citizen payments, we are still at the point in the municipal court area where we're accepting cash and checks only. There is a high-risk tool that is being used in the department, and that's a cash box. I know everybody knows what that is. It's almost like petty cash. It is being, anytime you have cash in the office, it's a high risk, but I'd like to report that they do never leave that cash box unattended, and it's locked up at night. And we did talk about some additional internal controls that could be implemented to make that a safer tool and for people to be more confident with it in the office. Looking at daily and monthly reconciliations, I want to tell you this is a highly structured process in this office. It was absolutely amazing how engaged management is. Everyone knows the routine. At 4 o'clock, management goes around and looks at all of the work on everyone's desk to see what they've done for the day and where they stand. They look at the customer counter and see if there are citizens there waiting. And then they start the close of the day processes, and they do it one at a time. It doesn't all happen at once. They're making every effort to make sure that citizens are being handled, but everybody knows the drill. And it is really, really a fine organization as far as that. It's very actively managed, a lot of teamwork. Let's see if I can go back. Took a look at the bank statements and reconciliations for the prior 3 years, no findings. Looked at GCIC, and I've looked at this in several of the court offices that I've been in, and like everyone else, that process is behind. But in this department, it's very actively managed. In order to do GCIC, you must be specially trained, and I believe it's this month. They have got several additional personnel going and being trained to be able to tackle these issues. Did a payroll audit, no findings. Did a budget review of fiscal years 18, 19, and 20, and they are consistently under budget. The recommendations, I think we need to somehow address the Odyssey system and the system-generated receipts. The citizens should have the ability to pay with a credit card and not just cash or check. I think if we can implement that, that is going to negate a little bit of the negativity of not getting receipts from the Odyssey system, because number one, if you can use a credit or debit card, you're no longer needing to do cash. Maybe we can reduce those types of transactions. And a credit card machine gives you a system-generated receipt. Also, with Reginald being new to the department, I suggested that he form some banking relationships. I noticed when I was looking at the bank accounts that there were some service charges, so that is something that could probably be addressed. I also suggested online banking, and not necessarily to be doing transactions online, but to be able to monitor daily what type of activity is going on in the account and what's happening, rather than waiting until the end of the month and you get a bank statement. The Clerk of Municipal Court is a solid operation. Management is fully engaged and very knowledgeable of the operation. The work environment is clean and unobstructed. There are not boxes of filing that you have to walk around scattered throughout the office. There is not old office equipment on shelves collecting dust. It is a very pleasant work environment. Employee morale was excellent. There was a large amount of teamwork, and I would like to tell Reginald, thank you very much for doing a great job. It was a very pleasant audit. In speaking with him about it, he says they're currently working on the credit cards, and he's working on his banking relationships. So it was a very good audit.
Very good. Thank you, Elizabeth.
You're welcome.
Any questions of the auditor? Doesn't appear to be any. Great job.
All right. Thank you so
Reginald,
much.
great job. Thank you, sir, for your service and in doing such a great job of keeping the office operating smoothly and efficiently. All right. We'll move on now to the city attorney's agenda. There we go.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Let's get Councilor Woodson back up so we can vote on several business items. First item up for a vote is the text amendment, the UDO to delete townhouse and certain multifamily in the historic district.
Motion approved from the Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second from Councilor Woodson? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. That's approved.
All right. Second item is one of the Woodruff petitions to change the zoning at 2730 Manchester Expressway going to general commercial with conditions.
Motion approved from Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilor Crabb. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. That's approved. Mr. Woodruff, thank you.
All right. Hang on, Mr. Woodruff. I know you got one more. Item 3 is the zoning change at 2744 Warm Springs Road going to general commercial with conditions.
Motion approved from Councilor Woodson, second from Councilor Crabb. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, say no. That passes.
Thanks. All right. The second Woodruff petition is 1421 6th Avenue going to uptown zoning.
All right, it's motion approved from Councilor Woodson, second by the Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. That passes.
That passes. Mr. Woodruff, thank you for being here again and your patience. Item 5, Mayor, is certain boundaries at 3518 Gentian Boulevard.
Motion approved from Councilor Crabb, second from Councilor House. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. That's approved.
Okay, we've got a resolution that doesn't need to be read into the record again, but Councilor House would like to honor Eugene Jacques Bullard with a postage stamp, and that request needs to be sent off again.
Mr. Mayor, we have approved this resolution once before, and the U.S. Postal Service told us to wait 2 years and resubmit, and that's what this is, a resubmission of it. So I would move that we adopt this resolution and forward it as necessary.
Very good. Motion by Councilor House, second by Councilor Woodson. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. That resolution passes.
And then, Mayor, we've got one add-on resolution we sent around the table in the interest of time to avoid an executive session. This is just a settlement resolution for the claims of Melody Palmer to be settled in the amount of $62,500, a motor vehicle accident. It is ready for adoption.
Motion approved from Councilor Woodson, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. That's approved.
And then lastly, Mayor, just another reminder on the districting commission nominees. If councilors will give me and Ms. Shefdahl their suggestions for districting commission members, we will forward those on to the grand jury. We've gotten several from you already, but we need 4 from each of the 8 district councilors, just 4 names, people that might be interested. And that's all we have, Mayor.
Councilor Woodson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, before we go on, I need to make a correction, and I'm kind of a little embarrassed, but hey, it is what it is. I kept saying River Lions, and it's actually River Dragons that was out with us. But for some reason, the lion stays in my mind because that's what I kind of see on my mask, so it stays with me. But it's the River Dragons that were out with their mascot out there and doing stuff. Somebody texted me, but it was too late, so I said, oh, I'll be a big girl and
Well,
correct it.
It was, you just merged both of our pro teams. You've got the Lions and the River Dragons.
There
So
you
that's-
go. Oh, you're so
They share.
good. Thank
There
you.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Yep, Counselor Huff?
Yeah, two things. I want to piggyback with Councilor Woodson and thank the Mission Continues. They were a big part of planning what we did the other day. And we had one of the churches and then the diagnostic center there on North Lumpkin Road. And also to the city attorney, what's our deadline on those names?
Counselor, the grand jury is going to be dismissed toward the end of the month, and Judge McBride is asking for these possible suggestions by the end of this week or next Monday at the latest, if we can get 4.
Okay.
Just 4 citizens in your district, that'd be great. We'll forward those on.
Yeah, I have 3 now. I'll have you one more by tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
All right. Is that it, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, that's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll move to the public agenda. First, Ms. Jennifer Ladeni regarding crime and police pay. She canceled. Okay, thank you. Next is Ms. Teresa Elamine representing the Southern Anti-Racism Network regarding the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, which has a branch here in Columbus, Georgia. Ms. Elamine, welcome. And I'll, like I said, I'll start the timer after you give your name and address, and we'll wait till your remarks begin.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I have a stopwatch here, and I'm going to use it so I can keep better track, too.
That'll work as long as it matches my stopwatch.
Teresa Elamine, 3911 Steam Mill Road. I think it's still morning. Good morning, Mayor, council members, public servants, citizens and residents of Muskogee County who are watching. The Women's International League for Peace and Freedom is one of the few 100-year-old organizations in this country. The NAACP is a bit older, founded in 1909. The Women's International League for Peace and Freedom was founded in 1915 by women who were committed to ending war and fighting for peace and freedom. Even before women had the vote in this country, the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom was building the movement to end wars. And it is an international movement of women. In 2012, as a member of WILF here in Columbus, recently moved here, I was a delegate to the Commission on the Status of Women at the UN. I was representing WILF US. And at that important meeting, I was able to meet women from all over the world, from Africa, from every continent. And some of the biggest sections of WILF in the world are in Africa. In December of this past year, I and some other WILF members around the country organized a webinar to talk about ending wars in Africa, particularly to stop the U.S. AFRICOM, one of the commands in Africa that is contributing to wars in Africa. And it was at that moment that we decided we would do the historic thing of establishing a branch here in Columbus, Georgia. We are only the second branch in the U.S. South. There are about 40 branches around the country. So this is a very important historic moment for the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, and we're getting quite a bit of attention. So on March the 20th, we will have a special Women's History Month program, and I will send to the Clerk of Council a way for people in the city government to attend. It will be 5 to 6:30 on Saturday, March 20th. And if I could get some help from Lindsay, I have some brochures which I mentioned to the clerk that I wanted to pass out to everyone. And I do believe I have 22 copies, which gives you some more information that I won't be able to tell in my 5 minutes. But the important thing about WILF is we're committed to local and global peace and freedom. And the steering committee of the Columbus branch, which we've named ourselves the Fannie Lou Hamer branch, after the wonderful civil rights, human rights activists in Mississippi who did so much to change access to voting rights in the South. Well, we've decided to take up the issue of ending gun violence in our community here. So locally, we will be working on that issue. So we'll be joining with Cure Violence and all of the other community organizations that are working to end violence because 4 women have been killed recently this year. And so ending violence against women in particular is something we want to stand for. There is an escalating culture in the community, which I think has something to do with mental health, as was mentioned earlier. But we do want to make that commitment. And I see my 5 minutes are up, Mr. Mayor. And I look forward to continuing to work on issues in the community that are important to all of us through the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. Because as we know, women do stand strong in this community, and we want to be a part of that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I believe Mr. Scales canceled as well. Is Mr. Quinones? I apologize if I butchered that. Mr. Ivan Quinones, or a representative on behalf of the Backyard Butchers. All right, I don't see him. If he shows up a little later, we'll let him have 3 minutes at the end of the clerk's agenda. Mr. City Manager, it's your agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First on my agenda, I have abandonment of a portion of the alley known as 35.5 Street east of 4th Avenue as requested by NeighborWorks Columbus.
It's a motion to approve from Councilor Davis, second by the Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. That's approved.
We've got a grant, $300,000 from Criminal Justice Coordinating Council for the operations of Muskogee County Family Drug Court. There's no match.
Motion approved from Councilor House, second from Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, that's approved.
We've got a grant, $350,703.18, a 10% cash match.
Motion approved from Councilor Huff, second from Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion on that one? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. That's approved.
Got.
All right, there's a motion to approve the grants listed, items 4, 5, and 6. There's a second by Councilor Davis, second from Councilor Tucker. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. Approved. Mr. City Manager, if you would, just briefly.
It was a grant for $300,000. There's no match. It's for juvenile drug court. And then number 5, collecting donations for a citywide Easter egg hunt, which is done annually with our Parks and Rec. It's March 27, 2021, from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. It's at Shirley Winston Park on Steam Mill Road. And then donation for Darrell Fix-It Station and the Dragonfly Trail, River Valley Regional Bicycle, Columbus, and Dragonfly Trails requested a donation. It's a $1,200 donation. I want to thank them for that. And on purchases, Mayor and Council, I've got a compact SUV.
There is a motion, sir, to approve items A through F by the Mayor Pro Tem, and that's been seconded by Councilor Tucker. Is there an item that anyone would like removed or pulled for discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor of the purchases, please say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, Mr. City Manager, again, briefly, if you would, just let the public know what we voted on.
Yes, A was a compact SUV for tax assessor's office. B, mid-size SUV for inspections and codes. C, inmate work van for Parks and Rec. Trailer-mounted attenuators for public works was D. Client success management and consulting services agreement for the upgraded equipment management system was E. And then automotive body repair and paint services is F. Those are the purchases. And Mayor, I've got a few updates, and the first one is going to be our Parks and Rec Director, pools update. Holly Browder.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council, Mr. City Manager. This morning I hope to give you a quick update of the outdoor pools and where we are for the summer. Very quickly go through where we are. So this summer our expectation is that we will open Rigdon Pool and Double Churches Pool. We will open those on May 26th, keeping in line with what we've done most summers when children get out of school. As you know, most of our lifeguards are high school students, and so we wait for the school year to end. So this year, this will coincide with when students get out of school with May 26th. Unfortunately, Salmon Road and Shirley Winston will stay closed as they have for the last couple of summers, as we do not have the funding currently to reopen those two facilities. For those of you in the years past, we have been fortunate enough to have a Passport to Summer. I've got a quick picture on the screen here that shows you who many of our partners have been, but unfortunately this year, due to COVID, many of these programs are not available. They're not fully operational. They're just not in the capacity to be able to partner with us. So we're not able to offer our pass this summer because many of them are not able to do the things for us that they've done traditionally. Also, the pass has been so successful in years previously, we're just not going to be able to handle the crowds that the passes produce. So we felt like this year is just not the year for us to do our Passport to Columbus. So we're going to forego our Passport this year and hope that next summer most of our partners will be back to normal and we'll be able to continue that huge Passport that has been so successful in many years and hopefully add more things to it because ultimately that was our plan. Pool operations for this summer, what would that look like? Pool capacity, obviously with COVID, we will have to limit our capacity so that we can keep everyone safe. We will take reservations. People will be able to call up. They can make reservations. The capacity will be limited based on what we can handle keeping people safe. Reservations will be made weekly. You can call up, citizens can call to the pools and make reservations. The time slots will be an hour and a half, Wednesday through Sunday, keeping with the hours that we normally have. And the slots are there so that we can clean in between. We want to try to maximize and give as many people the opportunity to come out and enjoy the pools. And so the thought process is we'll have an hour and a half for families to be able to enjoy the pools, and then that will give our staff the opportunity to clean the pool deck, bathrooms, and sanitize in between the reservation slots. Of course, social distancing in and around the pools will be enforced, but at least it'll give, give us the opportunity to offer the pools this summer. One of the bigger hurdles that we face right now, obviously, is lifeguards. That's something we face in a regular season. This year is no different. We're currently, we've been open looking for lifeguards for quite some time. We're looking for about 25 outdoor lifeguards, so I mentioned that. So if anyone knows anyone looking for summer employment, we are certainly looking for outdoor lifeguards as well as indoor lifeguards. But certainly this summer is no different. We are definitely going to be looking for outdoor lifeguards so that we can be sure we can open the pools. One thing I did want to bring up is that Rigdon Pool was built at the same time that Salmon Road and Shirley Winston was built. They were all opened in 2002, and so Rigdon is currently seeing the same type things that we saw with Salmon and with Shirley Winston. So I wanted to make mention of that today because we will be able to open it this year, but it's very likely that I may come to you next year without any additional funding. If we don't receive the funding in the future, we won't be able to open it either. These are just a couple of pictures so that you can see what we are currently facing. This is what it looks like as of now. So we will do our best. We have great staff, along with Mr. Criddle's staff with Public Works. So we will do everything we can to get the pools open, and we'll have them operational this summer. But again, this has to be addressed. These are things for the future, just like with Shirley Winston and Salmon Road, that we cannot continue to operate. Just with huge cracks and issues that we continue to see with operating systems that we're going to have to address. But what does the future hold? We all know we've had a lot of conversation over the last 5 or 6 years as to what opportunities could exist. Obviously, for us, these are things that we would like to see put on the SPLOST. These are things that we know our citizens have asked for the future. And so these are a couple of examples just to give people opportunities to see, you know, what do the options look like? Obviously, we could do splash pads. That was one of the things that we brought forth at one point because it's a lot more economical for the city to offer. But obviously, these are things that people like. You can see the different options here. Here's another slide. These are some more options. You can, like I said, you can see from splash pads to indoor facilities, add-on facilities. But one of the things I want to mention here is all these pictures that you see, these are all our competitors. So all these facilities that you see, all these brightly colored activities, these are all facilities in the state of Georgia right now that are Parks and Rec facilities. So I know that all these other cities can do it, so can we. We've just got to find the funding to be able to do so. But these are certainly opportunities that we can have here in Columbus. We've just got to find a way to do so.
Councilor Thomas.
Ms. Bratter, when you say you don't have the funding, are you speaking of the funding for the renovation and repair of these 2 pools? You're not talking about funding to staff and run the pool, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. They would need to be upgraded and rebuilt and remodeled. Like we did Double Churches, you'll remember back in 2009, I believe it was, we took Double Churches and we remodeled it at the time. We have not done that with these other pools.
And I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you happen to have a ballpark, and it would be a ballpark figure, that you're needing for each or for both of those pools?
Sure, certainly. It really boils down to what the community wants. It boils down to whether we go from a splash pad type operation, or do we go back to something similar to what we have. When the facilities that we currently have were built, so the Salmon Road, Rigdon, and Shirley, when they were put in 2002, they were $1.9 million. So obviously that was 20 years ago. So I can let all of you... Each of them were $1.9 million. So, I mean, obviously, time 20 years, I'm guessing they're probably about twice that now, probably. And a lot of it, like I said, will depend on what amenities we ask for or what we're looking for going forward, whether we add a splash pad component, whether it's lap pool, whether it has slides. You know, a lot of facilities nowadays are having all of those things and more. A lot of them are added as components as part of a rec center. I know a new rec center that just got put in Clayton County, one of the newest ones in the state right now. And part of that was a brand new rec center with a couple of laps, not a huge natatorium, but a couple of laps. And they're also adding in, if you will, the look of a Shirley Winston, where it has the slides and it has the wade pool and it has the splash pad. So it gives their community access both year round. So kids can go inside, they can go outside, because here we live in the South where it's super hot, you know, the majority of the year. But it also gives our seniors the opportunity where if it's too hot for them, they don't have to go outside, they can use inside. So it kind of gives everyone the best of all worlds.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Huff?
Director Bradley, thank you so much for the update. First question, I was looking at the future options here.
Yes, sir.
I know we don't have the funding yet, but is it, could it be a thought process of the picture at the bottom here in the corner where it looks like there's a pool with slides and things indoors and part of it is outdoors?
Yes, sir. And that's exactly how it is designed.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And that's what a lot of places have. A lot of places do go to that now because that does provide, as I mentioned to Councilor Thomas, that sort of provides the best of both worlds, because here in the South it's hot a lot of the times, so you would have the outdoor portion, but you could also utilize that portion, you know, during the winter months and the times we're closed. And it would also help us defer some of the community portion could use that versus going maybe to the natatorium. You know, our avid just community that just wants to go and splash around and have fun would have the opportunity to do so, and it would be in their neighborhood as well, so that people have the option all over the city to use our facilities.
Could you or would you please check on this for me and the rest of council and let us know what it would be, maybe if we could spread the wealth around and maybe have a pool with slides and things of this nature, maybe in the Salmon Road area, the Rigdon area, and the Shirley Winston area?
Yes, sir.
That would put it in the neighborhoods where most of the city could kind of access and go from there. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, is this something that we can add to our upcoming penny sales tax plus?
I think, well, the city manager will respond as well, but I think certainly there'll be opportunities to ask the public what they'd like to see us spend any SPLOST proceeds on, and I feel confident that pools are going to be a part of that conversation. City manager and I have had discussions, and the Parks and Rec director, on just such a hybrid situation where we actually had an environment where it didn't just operate during the summer, but we were able to keep people on staff year-round and have access other than the natatorium in the Midtown area. That would be the ideal solution, because we don't want to piecemeal something and have spent a lot of money when we could have spent a little more and had it have greater utility for our citizens. So.
Yeah, I was thinking outside the box of the Cure to Violence presentation this morning. This is something to keep the kids busy. It's kind of like fun, you know, that nobody's experienced, something that kids just do without thinking about it.
Yep, but I think the discussion has to be had too about the type of facility that the public wants, whether they want some type of hybrid deal, or if they want splash pads, or you know, they want a little water park, or you know, what do they want?
Yeah, and Mayor, I concur with all that you've said. I think you've said it, and it is on the list for further discussion with community input. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Councilor Tucker.
What's the life cycle of the pool that we're discussing? The inside, outside version. I do like that option, and it just seems like it will have like a better life cycle than some of the other pools that we had, such as Shirley B. And Solomon Road, since it's, you know, enclosed. So I was just trying to figure out what the life cycle was.
It's not that they have a particular life cycle per se, because all of it's based on use. And so even with the aquatic center, for example, we've redone the surface on the aquatic center just because it has such a high volume of use in a normal time outside of COVID. We have such a high foot traffic on it that, and also our expectation is we want it to look top notch. And so we ask that we have it redone. And so outdoors, you have a different component because you have the sun versus the inside. So it's a lot of different characters that play into it. So it's not one number. I wish I could give you just one number, but there's a lot of different factors that play into it. But I mean, all of our outdoor pools, double churches aside, are 19 years old. They were all put in 2002. And so Rigdon has fared a little better because it hasn't had as much traffic through the years as the other two. The other two were predominantly higher traffic usage than Rigdon was, and so maybe that's the only reason it fared a little better. I hate to say that because they all get a lot of use and all have had a lot of use, but that's the only reason maybe it fared a little better. But there's no rhyme or reason to give you, there's no just one number that I can say, because sun and usage, and there's a lot of things that play into how long the deck lasts. But really and truly, our issues are not just the deck. It deals with the, more with the actual overall system and the pipes and underground and the overall system as a whole.
Okay. Would the maintenance be added in the SPLOST if this was approved? I'm not sure how that works, City Manager.
No, maintenance is not allowed, but I know the mayor and council members have pushed our delegation to support a small percentage for maintenance, but that has not gained traction and has not passed state legislature.
Yes, ma'am. Councilor Woodson?
Yes, thank you. Holly, I have a question for you. Like myself and everyone, we like the bottom one inside and out, but let's say if that wasn't feasible right now at this time, or we had to face them in, the splashes, how expensive more or less can they run? Because I know the one that's up in Uptown Columbus, that gets used every time I've gone over there, it's been packed. And kids, even people on wheelchair, use it. So I was wondering if we can get kind of a ballpark figure on both to see, what we can do until we can get what we really want.
Sure. It still has a pretty hefty price tag because of the operating system that you don't see that's underground for the recirculation of water. And there are two options that we could look at. We could look at whether we want to recirculate the water or whether we want to just have runoff water, meaning we don't recapture and we don't treat the water. But you're still looking at several $100,000, potentially probably $400,000 to $500,000 at least, even if we just did that.
Well, and I can tell you the one uptown, which is a small one, but well done, was $500,000.
Oh, interesting. I'm trying to think of other ways, some options, and I'm just saying, lots of people like those where you run through. So, because when you started talking at first, I thought inside you can have like a small pool to do laps, but then outside you can have all these other ones. So different ways of doing it. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what people think based on cost. But I think it's important when we talk to people that we let them know it's a big price. So when you're thinking of what you want, consider the price tag behind it. But I'm excited. I want something new at Rigdon. I'm just pitching right now. I want something new for Rigdon.
Doesn't appear to be any more questions, Holly.
Okay.
While we've got you, and I hate to add one more thing, but and catch you kind of off guard, but just touch on some of the facilities that we have expanded the use of coming up in the next couple of weeks. Would you mind touching on that?
No, certainly. So starting on March 15th, we will roll out the reopening of the recreation centers. So as you know, we have 8 recreation centers here in Columbus. We will reopen all 8 of those on March 15th. The hours will be short by 1 hour each day. And the reason for that is so that we can make sure that they are cleaned thoroughly every day and sanitized. We will have a few restrictions when people come back as far as, of course, social distancing. We'll do some reservations, just trying to make sure that we keep people separated while they're there as much as possible. But that's pretty much it as far as opening the rec centers. Also, we will have our therapeutic recreation program. We'll start back on March 15th as well. We will do reservations there with that program because it's a very popular program. Prior to COVID, we would average about 40 participants a day, which is a lot for that particular program. Overall, we could have 75 to 100 people in the program, but we would see about 40 on average every day. We can't handle that many people and keep them all socially distanced. So we're going to do reservations and try to give everyone, at least in the beginning, the opportunity to come at least once a week. They have been having a program. They're the one group that has had a program the entire time we've been gone. They have had a virtual program. Our staff have been really, really good about having virtual programs. Specifically for that particular group, they've had a very captive audience, and they've had programming all along. Not that we haven't offered virtual programming for the rest of the community, but they have a very captive audience, and they've continued the entire time. But those two programs will come back online on March 15th. In addition, we also are bringing back Britt David Studios. They will come back on March 15th, and so we will do reservations there as well. So as you can see, everything's going to have some reservations when we come back, and that's just to give us a gradual feel to see how many people want to come back. We don't know what we're expecting. We don't know how many people are going to want to come back when we reopen. This just gives us the opportunity to sort of slowly, gradually get us back into reopening, and then we'll, as we see how many people want to come back, we'll gradually grow with that and allow more people to make more reservations. So it may be slow in the beginning, but then the thought process behind it is to gradually let them have more and more and more. But we've got to see and have a starting point, obviously, because we don't know who's out there and who expects to come back or who wants to come back. And so we want to be consistent, we want to be fair, and give everybody an opportunity in the beginning. And not knowing how many people want to come back, this is the only way we can do so, because a lot of our programs have a lot of participation. And so the only way for us to do it is to try to be fair. But certainly with the recreation centers, we're excited to be able to be reopening and have the kids come back and have everybody return to our facilities. So yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Holly. Next, we've got Uptown parking meters update, Deputy City Manager Lisa Goodwin.
Good morning. Just to provide you with a brief update on where we are with the pay station consideration for Uptown. As you know, we did hold a public meeting on March the 2nd here at the Trade Center with about 52 persons in attendance. There were a number of businesses in the Uptown area that were present, from the restaurateurs to beauty shops and tattoo parlors and a number of others, to include Uptown, CVB, and others. We did provide a PowerPoint presentation to them, just kind of letting them know kind of how we got to where we are, what the current plans were, and then of course the future plans, and we wanted to hear from the public at that meeting. And so I can tell you that after sharing some of the considerations, we had great feedback from the public. Everyone was fully engaged and provided a lot of good information to us, so much so that it was determined that after this meeting that we were going to put on pause the continuation of looking further at pay stations for now. What we heard from them was that they felt that it was just not the right time to pursue this. They told us as a result of the current pandemic, they're just not getting the business that they would typically receive. Right now, many are operating at 50% capacity, and something that we should look at, but this was just not the right time. They did ask that we continue to work with Uptown Bid and the businesses to look at a model that would work for Uptown. There were some that, many that were there that said, look, just leave it as it is and just enforce what's currently on the books. So there was a myriad of different suggestions, but we heard them and we made sure that they understood that we heard them. And as a result, what we are going to do is to just put it on pause, and we'll look to address this issue again sometime in 2022 or in the very near future, after working very closely again with Uptown Bid and the businesses to make sure that we're getting the right model in place. So that's kind of where we are. It is on pause. Questions?
No, ma'am. Doesn't appear to be any.
Okay. Next, Mayor, I've got infrastructure update. Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to take a few minutes to give a quick infrastructure update. We have gone back and looked over about the last 10 years and how infrastructure has been invested throughout our community. I've included some of the major projects from GDOT, but this is not all-encompassing of GDOT projects, just the major ones. Over the last 10 years, we have completed or in the process of completing over $422 million worth of infrastructure projects throughout the city. And I've broken that out between the different districts, and you can just see from this map, South Columbus represents over $234 million, or 55%. North Columbus, about $96 million. East Columbus, $21 million. Uptown and West Columbus, $15 million. The Panhandle, $1.3 million. And Midtown, $52.8 million. In South Columbus, $234 million, and there's a list of projects. I won't go through them individually, just to highlight some of the major ones. Brown Avenue Bridge, the Follow Me Trail, the bridge over Victory Drive, MLK Streetscapes, the Fort Benning Road Roundabout and Streetscape, $17 million. This one is still in process. The Spiderweb, we're getting started on the Spiderweb. This is a $53 million project. We have work going on currently with the roundabouts at Annette, but we should be bidding out the actual bridge within the next few months. The interchange, this project is underway. This is being managed by GDOT. You'll see activity out in this area happening now. This Casita Road interchange, $58 million project. We're working closely with GDOT. As you know, we are managing the Mount Pilgrim purchase and transition for Mount Pilgrim Church, but GDOT is managing this project as well. And there's a list of many other projects that have taken place in the South Columbus area. Part of this presentation also includes past...
And I want you to go back and, for those watching by television, would you just highlight those projects? Would you just roll through them rather quickly?
Sure. Victory Drive improvements. We had stormwater improvements at Casita Road and Levy Road. The interchange at 185 and Custer Road. The Riverwalk, Westville parking, $250,000. Benning Drive Bridge. Victory Drive, 30th Avenue Signal. Levy Road improvements, the Infantry Road and Trail east-west, as well as the National Infantry Road north-south. Those two are in process. The Ports Authority tank cleanup was $700,000. Clarendon Bridge was $700,000. So many projects in this, what we're calling the South Columbus area of our community, that have been done or are in process now. Past projects that are not included in that total dollar amount, but happened in our South Columbus area: the National Infantry Museum, Oxbow Meadows, 6th Avenue flood abatement, the Old Camp landfill closure, Casita Road pedestrian bridge, the Westville relocation, North Star St. Mary's Road. Of course, these projects are prior to this 10-year window that I looked at, but a lot of activity and investment in South Columbus. Part of this presentation is also to get input on future projects that are of interest to you. As you know, the Regional Commission is moving forward with a T-SPLOS for our region. Those projects are due to that Regional Commission from Muskogee County on May 31st. And so we are developing a list for council's consideration. Of course, the Farmers Market and the Liberty District are not on that T-SPLOS list or potential list. South Lumpkin Road streetscapes, Casita Road improvements, and Dragonfly Trail expansions are some of the projects in South Columbus that would be up for consideration on that particular list. And we definitely want your input as we're developing that list, and we'll be bringing that back to council with descriptions, specific descriptions of those projects, estimated budgets for council's consideration. In our North Columbus area, $96 million. The River Road Roundabout recently completed, 5.7. And these are just other projects. We're working on the Fortson Road, Williams Road Roundabout. That should be bid out very soon. We completed Double Churches parking, Veterans Parkway Double Churches improvements, 4.4 million. The variable message, or the message boards that GDOT did, 3.6 million on J.R. Allen. Veterans Parkway North, which was Old Moon Road to Turnberry. This was a GDOT project, 37 million. There is another T-SPLOS project that really encompasses Muskogee County and Harris County that will be from Turnberry into Harris County at 315. This is a T-SPLOS project at $20 million that GDOT is managing as it crosses county lines. Past projects, Whittlesey Road, as well as Moon Road was done in the North Columbus area. Some of the projects that we're working on as potential projects, again, as we move forward, not only for T-SPLOS, but any local funding that we have that we can accomplish some of these projects with. Whitesville Double Churches improvements, Williams Road improvements. As you know, we did a J.R. Allen study. Some of those improvements at Schaumburg and Blackman Road are on the list for consideration. County Line Road and Mahaffey Road, replacement of that bridge. Lynch Road, Manchester Expressway, Old Double Churches Road, Bradley Park Drive, pedestrian improvements, Double Churches Road, pedestrian improvements. And so if there's any projects in the North Columbus area that you want us to put on the list for consideration, please reach out to either myself or Rick Jones, and we'll be happy to put a cost and an estimate to any project that council would like to consider. East Columbus area, 21.8 million. Of course, there was the improvements we made to Forest Road, 17.8 million. This is a current project underway, Reese Road Bridge. Morris Road Bridge was another project in East Columbus at 1.5 million. And future projects, we have the Steam Mill Road improvements. There's a study currently underway that we should be coming back to council very soon with recommendations from that study, as well as phase 2 of Forest Road. In our uptown area, 15.75 million. That included the City Mill, Bibb Mill, Riverwalk connections. This was a T-SPLOS project. Mott's Green will begin construction soon. That's a $1 million project. Other projects in the Uptown area, the Riverwalk, City Mills parking, Dragonfly Trail extension, the Riverwalk slope improvements, that will be starting soon. Past projects, we've done a lot of work in streetscapes of Broadway, Veterans Parkway, also the ice rink and the skateboard park were in the Uptown area. Future projects in this particular area of our community that we're looking at, the 2nd Avenue streetscapes. We get a lot of requests for that particular project, as well as the Meredith Mills drainage improvements. That should be moving forward relatively soon. In the Panhandle, 1.35 million. This includes the improvements that were made on Calumet of 1.1 million, and then we're working currently on the Salmon Road signal. Past projects, we had Technology Parkway, which opened up the Muskogee Technology Park. And then future projects, GDOT is looking at roundabouts at both Technology Parkway and Macon Road, the County Line Road, Mahaffey Road project, as well as Lynch Road and Manchester Expressway. In the Midtown area, the Winton Road streetscapes was 2.8 million. Talbotton Road, this was a GDOT project, 45.5 million. Other projects is the Ada Avenue Winton Road signal, stormwater improvements at Lockwood Avenue, Melrose Drive Bridge, Decatur Street Bridge, Boxwood Boulevard Bridge. We had 3 bridge projects that have been recently completed in this area. Past projects, the Citizen Service Center and the Natatorium. Future projects, 13th Avenue and 13th Street improvements, 17th Street, Linwood Boulevard and 13th Avenue improvements, Buena Vista Road improvements, and University Avenue improvements. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. And again, I would ask you to reach out if there's projects that you would like to see on this list. We'll be happy to evaluate those. I know we've had a couple requests in the Uptown area that we're working on to add to this list as well.
Well, and Deputy City Manager Hodge, would you go back to your second slide, I guess, that lists what we've spent in the various areas. We've spent spending $422,445,000 over the last 10 years. And I want to show this slide because I often hear people say to me or in sessions that we are spending more money on one side of town than on the other side of town, and that other side being South Columbus. And I want to, and that's part of why I asked the Deputy City Manager to bring this presentation, because I want to show and not just tell you that that's not true. I want to show you that it's not true. But of the $422.5 million that we spent in 10 years, 234.6 million of the 422.5 million has been spent in South Columbus. And then if I add East Columbus to what's considered South Columbus, it's more than 250 million of the 422.5 million. And so that's roughly 50% on the south side of what has been spent in all of the other components of Columbus. And so I just want to be clear, and there's more to come. I mean, there's great work going on in what is considered South Columbus. And if you haven't visited South Columbus in recent weeks, you ought to try driving down Buena Vista Road at Martin Luther King and to see how that area has been prepped, cleared for the bridge that's going to go across Martin Luther King, across the railroad tracks. And if you haven't been at 185 and Buena Vista Road, you ought to go and see. That whole area has been cleared. They're working every single day, and that whole area, property has been acquired, demoed, and the construction is completely engaged. And you heard Deputy City Manager Hodge mention that we brought to you an agreement with Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church, and we've signed agreements with them. And so 185 and Casita Road will have an interchange, and there's more work coming. So there's a lot going on in the South Columbus area. And then the second thing I want to just mention is, this T-SPLOST is going to be on the ballot in 2022. And so we're trying to put together our list of projects that we want to submit. And so Deputy City Manager Hodge and Planning Director Rick Jones, we're urging you, Mayor and Council, to submit projects that you might want to see in a T-SPLOST. And we're urging citizens this is for you as well. If there are projects that you want to see, any citizen can email or call Deputy City Manager Hodge, or you can call Plan Director Rick Jones. You can talk to any one of your council members if you got a road project idea. And I used as an example, you remember we didn't have what we call the Eastern Connector. We had Chautauqua Road that goes all the way around, and then Chautauqua Road, Buena Vista Road that goes all the way around and connects with Chautauqua Road. And someone had this bright idea about Eastern Connector. And so you brought it from 80, that is 80, going to Macon, you brought a connection all the way around to Chautauqua Road. Now, someone was sitting around and they didn't see that. They didn't think of it. So is there an Eastern Connector that you can think of as a project that you would want to make happen? Well, now is the time, and that list has to be compiled by May. And so if you don't submit it before May, then you're too late if you think of it in July. So we're urging you to help us with this. And I even threw out a thought the other day that I knew could not happen because it's Fort Benning property. So for Councilor Tucker, and I said, well, what if on Steam Mill Road, where it ends and goes down the hill and all that, what if you carried it through the woods and connected it to Wilder Drive, like an Eastern Connector? And you didn't have that abrupt ending and down a hill, because you come to a very abrupt ending. Well, that's Fort Benning property, so I mean, obviously, but that's the thought, that's the idea. Do you have one of those that you can think of in the Panhandle somewhere? Somewhere else in Columbus, on Steam Mill Road, connecting to having to go straight around to Wilder, and it's a continuous street. Somebody has an idea out there, and now is the time. So I urge you, between now and sometime mid-April, please help us. And so I'll leave it at that, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight those projects.
No, that's important that we get everybody's input, because you only get a chance like this maybe every 10 years, maybe not even that often. Councilor Thomas?
Ms. Hodge, I have two questions. One is, when can we expect, or can we still expect, the reconfiguration of Bradley Park Drive across J.R. Allen. I'm not sure if that's a, excuse me, a city project or a GDOT project. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us an update on that project?
Yes, that is a GDOT project, a diverging diamond at Bradley Park over J.R. Allen. And I believe the let date for that project is 2023. So in the next couple of years.
I teased some of my friends that diverging diamond that I have traveled mostly in Atlanta ends in a shopping center with some very good stores. So if you can work that out, that would be okay too. The other thing I wish you would speak to, just in the last week or so, excuse me, I saw a notice from the city about the bridges on 185 that are to be worked on in the near future. Would you speak to that project? I mean, we're going to be able to drive 185, but talk to a little bit about that project, if you will.
Yes, that is a GDOT project as well, and there are 10 bridges that they will be working on along 185. We don't have any specific information, but I will get that for you and provide that to you, exactly what they're planning to do at each site. Yes, ma'am.
And Deputy City Manager Hodge, a lot of people wonder why we don't fix the lights on the Oglethorpe Bridge, which is going across the Phoenix City from the Civic Center. Either the planning director or Pam Hodge, tell us why we're not repairing lights on that bridge, the Oglethorpe Bridge.
Oh, I thought he was still here. On Oglethorpe Bridge, they are replacing that bridge, so they're not planning to do any maintenance on those lights. GDOT, yes, ma'am. So that will be a project. They are moving forward. The design team has been on board, and so they are moving forward with that project as well.
And I will say, I know the mayor has had a meeting, and we've had a meeting, because we want to have influence on what that bridge looks like. So, but know that that bridge is being replaced.
Very good. Councilor Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager, I really appreciate you highlighting those investments in infrastructure throughout the community. I think you would agree with me, and we've had these conversations. I think council, I would hope, agree too, that one of the things that I've always said, and it's been tough because there's limited financing, limited funding. There's so many different pots. The community doesn't understand all the different pots of money going on dealing with all these road projects and infrastructure projects. But I've always said it's so important for us as a city to stay up with growth and to get ahead of growth, because that's usually what causes the problems. And then you get way behind, you get further behind, and it just takes a lot to play catch up. And, when I think of infrastructure as a whole, as a city, where we're at today, if we don't catch up and get out another 15 years, it's just going to take an enormous amount of funding to make it happen. And even if we can make it happen at that point, or you just sit and you watch something just kind of fall apart and decay, that's not a good shape to be in as a city. I think growth, one of the things I'm concerned about in my district, the district I represent, is the continuation of growth, the continuation, adding more and more homes, more and more businesses moving, more and more traffic on the roads and the streets and all that we have to hold that. The growth is going to continue to magnify and exasperate those kind of problems. So, when we think about these things, it's important to try to stay up on that and to support that growth. And I know you and I have had those conversations. But what I wanted to highlight even further in what you're saying. When we see these numbers, you know, we hear it a lot. I know as council members, we hear it a lot that, gosh, that's an enormous amount of money. Y'all are spending so much money for that. We don't need that. That's a waste of money. Well, I would beg to differ today because I'm looking at some of those projects on the list, and I think a majority of them have already been locked in on the costs. Am I right on that? They've already been locked in, but I guarantee you if you went back and tried to start those projects again today, for example, that River Road roundabout, I believe it would be north of $7 million, without a doubt. And if you go back, Mr. City Manager, I think you've done this many times. I think we've seen presentations where in the past, 20 years ago, i.e. the government center, right? 30 years ago, 40 years ago, and then where we're at today. And you look at the differences in the cost of construction, unbelievable. But what you're saying now, if we don't take a strong look, and the citizens, it's up to the citizens of our community, if we don't take a strong look at these funding vehicles, like a T-Splots or a SPLOTS, things like that, creative ways to seek funding where everybody contributes, and not just everybody, but people from outside the community as well. If we don't look at that, we're going to be stuck. We're just going to be stuck in a rut, and we're not going to get this stuff done. And I've heard so much, what I hear all the time, and I hope it's on that list that we're talking about, is paving. Our roads are in bad shape. We need paving. And I have to remind them we used to have, I think I'm right on this, we used to have $20 million that we would put in the paving fund that got reduced after the Great Recession. I think it's down to $10 million now, if I'm right on that. Am I pretty close on those numbers? Maybe a little less. Probably less. Well, it's less now, but we haven't been able to support those after a lot of the economic challenges that we've been through, and even today. So how do you get it done? I mean, that's going to be a big question. How do you get it done? Yes. You just can't just talk about it. You got to figure out ways to do it. I hope the citizens will buy into that. I hope paving, we can put more paving on that, because that's what I hear people wanting to see. And then the needed road projects that especially in growth areas where you're getting that continuing traffic counts and growth, and you got to be able to support it. If you're not, we're not doing a good job as a city. We're not being responsible as a city if we don't do that. But again, I just want to, we talk about all this stuff today. Let me just tell you, the construction industry is booming. The subcontractor industry is booming. The commodity industry is booming. The cost of asphalt, concrete, steel, copper, lumber, you just go across the board, rock, everything. It's at its highest, and it's going to go higher. Lately, we've been hearing a lot about inflation. Well, it's going to continue. And there's a shortage out there, and it's just, I ask people sometimes when they ask me about these projects, that we're wasting money. I'm like, okay, well, you tell me how much you think it costs. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I said, well, give me a number. What do you think is a fair number for what it costs to get these things done? And you really don't factor in behind the scenes of what's going on. And there's so much construction. If we hit a growth spurt again, a reopening growth spurt, where there's a demand on the labor market, I mean, it's just people are going to get their prices. And that means that the city, who usually has to pay a higher price than the private sector, is going to have to be paying even more for these projects. So a lot of these projects that you put up there on that screen have been good deals when you really look at it, and wise in making a decision to move forward, even though it may have looked like a lot of money at the time. Another 2 years, 3 years, I don't know. I don't know where we're going to be at then, but I suspect that it's even going to cost more to get these things done. And we're limited in the amount of revenue we generate within our city, but if we don't find some creative ways to help fund some of these things, I'm really concerned. We're going to get behind and we're not going to be able to catch up. I tell people that all the time. It's the truth. I mean, it really is the truth. So I hope you would agree with me, Mr. City Manager, but that's just the challenges we're confronted with as a city that we need to address.
Absolutely.
From that standpoint.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Tucker?
Thank you for the meeting that we had on the Steam Mill Road project. I wanted to know when we were going to set up the public meetings as a follow-up in reference to the meeting that we had.
I think we're going to bring it, we're going to present it here at the work session. And then after that, we'll see where we go. On the 30th, we'll present it, work session.
Thank you. Councilor Crabb?
Thank you. When they're planning to do these bridges, like the Oglethorpe Bridge and some of the other bridges that are on the 185, are they even taking into consideration of making them interstate grade so that when I-14 is approved, they will already have been done?
I'll check with GDOT on that specific question.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Woodson?
Thank you. Thank you, Pam, for the presentation today. And Councilor Crabb, great, because I had that on there, the I-14. I had like stretched over to the mayor and said, what about I-14? So, Pam, can you give us a little update on the farmers market? And my reason for asking is that I know at one time we spoke about it and we had two different groups that were interested. I know we did an RFPP, but about 2 weeks ago, I was approached by another individual about the farmers market, and my response to them was, I need to find out what happened to the two groups that were interested in the farmers market. Do we have any updates or anything on that?
Well, and let me say, Councilor Woodson, we're going to have an update at the March 30th work session on the farmers market as well. And we've also talked to another group, and I know Deputy City Manager Hodge is trying to at least get them connected and let them talk. But we'll have an update. It's scheduled for the 30th.
And I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Now, I heard the
It is
website,
scheduled.
but I'm saying, I know the schedule, but who, like the gentleman that contacted me, should I suggest he speaks to Pam?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you've already gone through a process and allow us to proceed with the one group. You voted on that a few weeks ago, and we're going to come with an update at the March 30th work session to allow them to come and make a presentation. And there's another organization who has worked on a project that we want them to have a conversation with who we brought to council through the RFP process. And so they will be here. That organization will be here that you voted on to do an update on the 30th.
Okay. Well, Pam, before we leave, I'll give you that contact number so you could speak, because I think there could be a combination of things. We walked that whole area. It's humongous, has so much potential. The other thing, besides the paving of the roads, I wanted to say our sidewalks in our heavy traffic area. We need to plan for those in the future. And I don't mean like we did before, because I've always was against it. I just support it because we needed sidewalks. I mean, with the curve up where, the grass doesn't grow over the walk area, or a car, loses itself and runs over a pedestrian, there's something to hold them back with curves. In high traffic walking areas. We can tell by looking at our roads what are high traffic areas, because the grass in that area is dead, or people have been walking and got hit by a car, unfortunately, or something. But we need to really, really look at that in the high density area, walking areas. And like Glenn said, he's right. We got to remind the citizens that these projects take years and takes a lot of money. We need to try to get the money now so we can get the project done in the future. That's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the questions.
Thank you. And the final presentation or update is from Ryan Pruitt, our Inspections and Codes Director.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, councilors, Mr. City Manager. Here to give an update on the demolitions, where we're at with the current demolition list that my Inspections and Code has, as well as kind of recap the funding over the last couple of years and what we've been able to accomplish so far. So first wanted to do a quick refresher on the demolition process. So it starts out, we either notice a house or we get a complaint regarding a dilapidated house. We go out and inspect that house and determine whether or not we have a property maintenance case or a demolition case. For a house to be eligible for the demolition list, the cost to repair that structure must be greater than 50% of the value of the structure. So if you have a $50,000 house, it's going to take $25,001 to repair. That makes it eligible for the demolition list. If it's underneath that threshold, it's only a property maintenance case. So once we determine it is a demolition case, we send out letters. We try to make contact with the owners if they're here locally to notify them of a hearing. We hold hearings once a month at the Annex building. This gives an opportunity for the owners of the property to come meet with Inspections and Code and detail their plans for the property. Did they just inherit the property, just buy the property, what the status is. Following that meeting, they get a final 45-day notice to demolish or repair the structure. We wait for those 45 days to go past. If no action has been taken, then we get pricing from the contractor. Once we receive the pricing, we prepare a list and bring that to council for their consideration on first and second reading. And we notify the owners again that your property is coming to council and give them an opportunity to come for those occurrences as well. Once it's approved after second reading, then the demolition contractor begins work. So that is the whole process. It by itself is several months, several months long. I have a future slide that goes over some of the delays and challenges that we encounter with these properties, but that in a nutshell is the current process. So a history of city demolitions over the last several years. For FY17 through 19, a total of $165,000 or $55,000 a year was allocated for demolition. Then in FY20, we were allocated $1,055,000. Using that money so far to date, we've demolished 28 properties. A total of $418,000 were spent on 2 properties. Those were 2 large trailer parks there on the south side of town that ate up a large chunk of that money. And then FY21, we were given a total of $305,000 allocated for demolitions. We've demolished 13 to date, and then we have 67 that are ready, have completed the process and are ready for council consideration. So we plan to bring those forward in the next couple of months. And so this is the map of the demolitions we've achieved over the last 2 years. You see the orange was FY20, the red was FY21. And again, we have several more we plan to bring here in the next couple of months. So the current demolition list, we currently have 101 properties that remain on the demolition list. As I mentioned, there's actually 65 properties that have completed the process and are ready for council consideration. 36 properties that are in the demolition process, whether we haven't set up a hearing yet or they're still in that 45-day waiting period. They're still making their way through the process, but all of those will be, finished within FY22 and could also be brought forward for council consideration. In order to get our list down to zero, the estimated cost is right around $1 million to be able to complete all of those demolitions. So this is the map of the 101 properties. You can see the yellow dots are the 30-some properties that are still in the process, and then the green dots are the ones, the 60, that are completed the process and are ready for council consideration. So you can see they're spread all over town. You know, there's no one necessarily specific area where they're located. They're just spread widely throughout town. One thing I did want to point up, with 101 cases, council did approve a reorganization of inspections and codes. So now I will have 9 inspectors working demolition cases. So, you know, roughly each inspector will have 10 to 15 cases, where before I only had 3 inspectors, so they had over 30 cases apiece. So it's really going to allow us to focus on these cases, work them more often, try to make better contact with the owners, and hopefully gain compliance a lot faster. So I mentioned potential delays to the demolition process. The first one's an ownership transfer. If while we're going through our process, the property is sold or transferred, we do start the process all over with the new owners. So that restarts the clock back at 0. Inability to locate owners. We do deal with a lot of properties that are inherited properties or where the previous owner is deceased. So trying to track down the legal owner of the property is at times challenging, can take us a little bit longer than normal. Tax sales. If a property is sold at a tax sale, the previous owner has a 1-year right of redemption period. And so the new owner, anything they put into that property could conceivably be lost if the previous owner redeems it. So we work with those new owners, ask them to at least board up the property, clean it up, make it look as good as possible, and then as soon as that 1-year period is over, they can spend the money and demolish the house. And then lastly is funding. An average single-family home costs over $10,000 to demolish, depending on if there's hazardous materials, asbestos, and that kind of thing. We can see a single-family house actually approach $30,000, depending on the level of the hazardous materials. And then those multifamily or mobile home properties can exceed well over $100,000.
Ryan, excuse me. Councilor Huff?
Director Pruitt, just for the listening audience, if you would, go back over that piece about the tax sales and the redemption period.
So when a property is sold at the tax sale, the new owner gets a deed from the tax sale, but the previous owner has a 1-year period where they can pay all the fees, all the back taxes and all that, and get the deed back. So potentially anything that the new owner puts into that property, say they spent the $10,000, $20,000 to demolish the house, the old owner could just pay the back taxes and the fees and get the deed back, and that new owner would be out of whatever money they spent.
Okay, thank you.
So what to do if you see a dilapidated structure in the community? Hopefully my goal is obviously that we already have a case on it, that we're already working on it. We do work with the fire department when there's new fires or new structure fires to make sure we track those, make sure those are handled. But if you do see a dilapidated structure, you can call 311, report the address. Inspections and Code will get back with you and let you know if we have a case, what the status is of it, where along in the process it is. You can also go to the Inspections and Code website. We have a dashboard there that you can look at any property, zoom in to the individual council districts or into a neighborhood and see the current cases that we have. And if you own a dilapidated structure, you really need to contact Inspections and Code and talk to us, let us know your plans, and work with us so we can get the issue resolved. And so I have, the next slides are broken up into the 60 properties that are ready for council consideration, and then I have the 30 that are still in the process. So I'm just going to click through these. I have the picture of the property, the address, and who the owner is listed currently.
Well, and let me say that the director is going to go through these rather quickly, but you will see on the photo the structure, the address, and the owner of the property. And so we are going to be more proactive. We want to, we get calls and people think that we don't know about the dilapidated property on a particular street. And so the goal here is to let them know that we know about that property. And you saw the request below what to do. If you don't see the property that you're concerned about on this list, when the director goes through this list, then you should call to report that property so that we can get it on the list and get it through the demolition process. And so to make sure that you are able to assist us, I've told staff we're going to use CCGTV. So what we're going to do, we're going to, kind of like you see real estate on Saturday, the parade of homes, we're going to do a parade of dilapidated properties. We're going to have the CCGTV to narrate it with your name, your address of the property, and we are going to repeat that on council, on CCGTV, because we want people to know who you are in this city and on that street by name, and we want them to know that you own this dilapidated property that we are getting ready to demo, and if you don't get out and do it yourself, our preference is that you go do it yourself. Get it done, get it repaired, get it demoed, but we're coming, and we're going to tell everybody who you are, and we're going to do a parade of homes, parade of dilapidated properties. You know, when you get up on Saturday morning, if you want to see this parade of dilapidated properties, you'll be able to catch it on CCGTV, and then at certain times throughout the week. And we hope that when your neighbors see your property, they will tell you they saw you on TV, your property. We need your help. We need to clean up our community. We need your help. So that's why we're doing this, and we're going to be more proactive. We want to identify who you are and ask you to help us clean up these neighborhoods. So with that.
So I'll flip through these. Most of the pictures are the outside, the front of the house that you can easily recognizable from the street. Some of them are from the interior. In some cases, the exterior of the house isn't necessarily the issue, so some of the photos are from the inside. But I'm just going to flip through these. If there's any questions or anything, just stop me.
I'm sorry, Councilor Thomas.
Keep going, Mr. Pruitt, don't stop. I can, two things that come to my mind. One is a lot of these places look like they're out in the country somewhere because of the, and they're not. They're in town and they're next door to somebody. And that's one of the things that I'm so glad that you guys are working on. The other thing is there was a house across the street from a friend of mine, and the owners were like in Texas or something, and we couldn't get to them. How common is that?
It's very common. It's probably about 50-50 in-town owners versus out-of-town owners. So we rely, for the out-of-town owners, the ordinance, we have to get certified mail delivered to them and ensure that they received the notices. So it is a challenge, for in-town owners. We try to track them down and knock on their door, and we can actually issue citations. That's one thing that we're moving toward as well, is if your house has been in this condition for, this long, that we should issue you a citation and you can come to court and explain, why it's been this case for so long.
Thank you.
And just point out, as we see these, I think I appreciate the city manager bringing it forward, because it makes a very visual statement. Because, a lot of times people will come and they let the house sit out there for a year or longer. And then when they get that final notice, then they come to council and ask for time. And typically when they ask for time, one of three things happens, and none of them are really very good. One, if they tear it down themselves, or if they're serious about rehabbing it. But often what happens is they'll have just inherited it, and they'll be very sincere, and they'll kind of put lipstick on a pig. They'll go do the superficial stuff and fix the facade, and then we still tear it down. They've put good money after bad that they didn't need to spend. And the other is, we've actually had some individuals that try to milk the last few months of rent out of it and never do a thing to it, and they take that 90 days worth of rent, and then they let us tear it down when they don't do anything. So this is a reminder that for every individual that comes up here and asks for more time, there's an entire neighborhood that kids are playing near this, they're driving by this, and it's tough for them to be proud of where they live when they're not proud of what they have to drive by to get there.
So when you see this on CCG TV, it will be narrated, and the owner's name will be called off along with the address. And we're also going to post all of these on our website so that citizens can go and look to see that we know about these properties. Oh, yeah, they've gone through the process.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing. So we've been keeping it a secret. We don't let it out. And now it's time to expose. It's time to narrate it on CCG TV. You'll hear the soft music like you hear at the Parade of Homes. And someone will be reading off their names and their addresses. And we're going to post it on the CCG website. And so we're calling on you, and maybe your neighbor will let you know that you're playing on TV, but we need you to help us. You don't want this next door to you, on your street. People should not have to live with your property looking like what we're showing here in these photos. And so that's why we're going to make sure that people know who you are, and we're going to ask you to help us clean up Columbus.
Well, and we want to thank council too for, 2 years ago, we had been given about $50,000 a year towards demolitions, which, as you see from the numbers, is only 4 or 5 houses.
I mean, look at that.
But now, council has allowed, I think we put $1 million towards it 2 years ago, a couple $100,000 last year because of the pandemic, and we'll be putting another sizable chunk in there and asking you to approve that. So it's through council's efforts that a lot of this cleanup is taking place. Councilor Huff?
Yes, sir. Director Pruitt, had a question that was given to me a couple of days ago. If a property is in pretty decent order and it's just sitting there, not being used, and there's someone in a nice way coming in through the back door and spending time there, and neighbors are complaining that the house is empty, but someone's living there, what do we do at that point? Do we just report that to you and let you check it out?
Yes, we can. If there's any unsecured, part of the property maintenance code is all the entrances or openings have to be secured. So if the back door's been kicked in or windows busted out, they can certainly call us, and we can get with the homeowners or the property owners to get those corrected. If there's somebody trespassing or criminal activity, obviously those need to go, to the police department to have those issues addressed. But getting the house repaired and fixed, we would handle that.
Okay, thank you.
So if there are any questions,
Councilor Tucker?
Your parade of demolished homes, will that be available via YouTube and where we can share
absolutely.
on our social media platforms? And I just want to say kudos to you, Director Pruitt, because I think it's Carmel Court in District 4. My constituent just texted me because evidently she saw it on this meeting, and she said, God bless you, because she has been calling and emailing and texting about that home in particular, because the individual has another home in a whole nother district. So, and they are not, even though they're holding you up, they're not thinking about moving in that property. So thank you.
And the city manager, and we have talked to, is that with the 9 people working on this versus the 3 that have done it in the past, is we're gonna, if there are local owners, is we're gonna be knocking on doors and making phone calls and finding, reaching out to these people and really trying to put the pressure on them to clean up their properties.
Well, and you're allowing Director Pruitt to reorganize or restructure in the way that you did with the 9 enforcement officers, and he saved $4,500 in the process, is going to make his office so much more efficient that we can start to do a much better job of being proactive to get these things cleaned up. So it saved $4,500 and it accomplished what he wanted to accomplish. And so we're getting great work out of this new director in a very short period of time, and kudos to him and he and his team.
Thank you. Councilor Crabb? Whoops, hang on. There we go.
Thank
Councilor Davis,
you.
if you'll sit tight for a minute.
I saw 2 of those owners that I think we have a little bit of control over. One is the land bank, and one of them is Columbus Housing Authority.
There were 2 properties owned by the land bank that they received. I don't believe they paid anything for them, so I've been working with Rob Scott on those properties, and I believe they have a board meeting coming up to talk about those. So we are working with it. Obviously, we want to get those taken up very, very quickly. I believe the other one was the Columbus Housing Initiative, which is the neighbor works group. They are actually currently in the process of taking down that house currently, so it should be coming off the list very soon.
And I think, Councilor Crabb, there are a number of them on there. When they see that we are going to every avenue that we have to make sure the public is aware,
Oh, I'm sure.
They might want to clean up their properties.
No doubt about it, because I saw some realtors on that list. That doesn't make us look good at all.
Yeah.
Councilor Davis?
I've had a concern for a while. I don't know if anybody remembers, Mayor, I'm sure maybe Councilor Crabb remembers. There was a time back, I guess, when a lot of houses went on the auction block, that there were groups that were going around saying you can make lots of money if you buy blocks of houses, and they all come in from outside of Columbus, get on a bus, go around. Next thing you know, they're buying 10, 20, 30 houses. And they don't live here in our community. And there are some responsible homeowners and business people who make a living doing this, and they do it the right way, but there's a lot of them, like you said, over 50% on this list, and I suspect that a lot of these were some of those block houses that were sold, and they just don't really care about our community. And I'm just being frank, because when you look at it, it tells the story. So I've always been concerned about that, and how we can we just need to put a stop to that kind of stuff. I don't mind if people come in and invest in our community, but be responsible at the same time. A lot of these people just kind of give the keys back to the bank or give the keys back to somebody else. And nobody follows up on it. Am I right, Mayor? I mean, you remember some of these places that I'm talking about. And it's so hard. What's frustrating is it's so hard for our staff it takes a tremendous amount of time to deal with these things. Well over a year to deal with a lot of these cases. So I just wish there was a way that we could expedite it. I'm sure that maybe the city attorney can help us find some ways legally to maybe expedite some of the cleanup or just get these things back on the market somehow. But Ms. City Manager, if I may, there's a couple places, I was looking through the list here, there's a couple places that I'd like to bring to your attention. There's a couple of them that I've talked about for years. I think they're still there. They're in the Liberty District. I want to say 6th Street. Councilor Huff, is that right? 6th Street?
6th Avenue.
6th Avenue and 6th Street.
Yeah.
There's a couple in there that we've talked about for years. It's like the last couple that I've seen in the Liberty District. I'm wondering if we can get something done about those, because they're just...
Well, I share that with you, and exactly what you were talking about, I've been wearing staff out, Ryan Pruitt and Deputy City Manager Hodge, about those very properties, so we're on the same page.
Well, and you did good on that. Last time we talked about a few and got right on it. I think one of them had a massive amount of asbestos in it, and they got that one taken care of. There's another one on the that's been there for a while that I didn't see on the list. It's on the down at the end of 23rd and 5th Avenue, 23rd Street and 5th Avenue, and I'm not sure who owns that property, but they have been doing a little cleanup. It's right on Veterans Parkway. I mean, right on top of Veterans Parkway, and they've done a little cleanup. There's a house that's burnt down. It's just been sitting there for forever. I don't know what the situation is, but maybe we can help or get in there and get involved to finish cleaning that area up. It is kind of somewhat an eyesore. And then the last one I always see going over to my mother-in-law's house in Councilor Woodson's district, I believe, is right there before you get right past North Lumpkin on that side of the road, right across from, I guess, the flea market. There's an old, it looked like taqueria or some store that used to be there that's boarded up, and it's all the boards are all people. I see people coming and going inside. I don't know what's going on in there, but it's that building's falling apart. It really needs somebody to take a look at it before you go over the bridge to go to South Lumpkin.
Okay.
And I mean, it's one of the places that stands out on Victory Drive.
Okay.
I'm hoping that somebody take a close look at that.
We will.
Okay, good. I really appreciate it. But thank you, Director Pruitt, for the work that y'all do. And again, I know citizens get frustrated with these situations, but why don't you, one more time before we end this conversation, just give us, just for the sake of the community, an understanding on what's involved here and how long it takes to deal with these kind of things. If you would go over that again, how that process from start to ending could take, what, maybe 2 years at times? I mean, could you just kind of highlight that?
Yes, the demo process, if it was straightforward from A to Z, could be done in less than a year, but the issues we have with finding owners or making sure that they get served with proper notices, or the property changing hands and all that, restarts the clock each time. A majority of the demolitions we have, the cases we have now were started in 2018, 2019. There are still a few outliers. I think the oldest one even dates back to 2013, 2014 when it first came on our radar. So, and some of that again goes back to funding issues and being able to keep the list current. But that's normally, 2 years is probably a pretty good average for how long it takes.
And I know the members of council knows this, but when we get people that come and ask us to be a little lenient on them and forgive them for these type of situations, it's just, the process has gone on for so long, and at the 11th hour, they come in and you have to always ask yourself the question, you've had plenty of time to get this done. Why does it take the 11th hour when you really know the hammer's fixing to come down, that you're might be willing to do something. I mean, I don't understand that mentality, but I guess it's real, and, you know, that's a tough, we've always, Mr. City Manager, you've done outstanding administering those type of situations, and we kind of turn them over to you and let you make sure that the appropriate measures are taking place. But, you know, and that's another thing that we don't tend to think about, how long it takes, and the due diligence has gone in, and all the chances that people have had to take care of these things, and it just doesn't get done.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Huff?
Yes, Mr. City Manager, I saw here where we have one property at 915 Fort Benning Road. Are there any others that we may be able to get to or work out some things on beautifying that area around the Spencer High School, and by the time we finish that streetscape project to kind of...
Well, I have asked, I'm in tune with that as well.
Okay.
I have asked staff to work Fort Benning Road. People need to, we got a $60 million school sitting there. We cannot have that. And so I'm with you, and I've talked to them about Fort Benning Road. I've talked to them just last week about Brennan Road again. It's just all that, yeah, you know,
I appreciate you. I just want to bring it up.
I'm speechless because you know, we got to do better.
Yeah,
and some people we have to force to do better, but
yeah,
we're going to work it.
Yeah, my phone rings every week concerning that area, based upon they were hoping some of the property owners would step it up a little bit once the school was completed.
Yeah.
And now that the streetscape is in the works, yeah, we're hoping to get it. But anyway, thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's it for the questions.
Mayor, that concludes my agenda.
All right. Mr. Pruitt, thank you, sir. All right, we'll move on to the clerk's agenda. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. For the clerk's agenda, item number 1 is an honorary designation application. This was submitted by Councilor House to name the field at the A.J. McClung Memorial Stadium, the Veterans Memorial Field.
There's a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem to forward to the Board of Honor. Is there a second? All right, there's a second to the motion. Councilor Huff, is it to the motion? Okay.
Councilor House, is this still going to be A.J. McClung Stadium and the field will be veterans? Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Yes, ma'am.
To submit the request to the Board of Honor.
Submit it to the Board of Honor. All right. And all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, that'll be forwarded.
Item number 2 is a letter of resignation. This was submitted by Ms. Eleanor White from her seat of the Board of Elections and Registration.
Motion to receive that letter with regrets from the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilor Woodson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, there's a motion the minutes be received. Is there a second? Seconded from Councilor House. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? They are approved. They're
Have 2 add-on resolutions, one to excuse Councilor Barnes and the other to excuse Councilor Garrett from today's meeting.
There's a motion by the Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilor Woodson. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. Those are approved.
Next, we have board appointments. Mr. Mayor, we have the Housing Authority of Columbus. We have the seat of Larry Cardin and John Sheftall. We have received information that John Sheftall is interested in serving another term.
I'm interested in renominating both of them, but the issue is, for some reason, I'm thinking there was an issue with Mr. Cardin, so I'm going to, not because I don't want Mr. Cardin to serve, but I'm going to hold off. I was unable to contact him yesterday, but I will nominate Mr. Sheftall for another term.
He may be confirmed.
There's a motion to confirm from the Mayor Pro Tem, second from Councilor Thomas. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Next, we have council appointments that are ready for confirmation. The Board of Zoning Appeals, Ms. Tamika Farley was nominated to serve another term. She may be confirmed.
Motion from Counselor Huff, second from Counselor Woodson. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. She's confirmed.
Also for the Board of Zoning Appeals, Ms. Kathleen Mullins was nominated to succeed Mr. Terry Gene Fields.
Motion to confirm by Mayor Pro Tem, second from Counselor Crabb. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, she's confirmed.
For the Board of Zoning Appeals, Mr. Douglas Jeffcoat was nominated to succeed Mr. Ty
Motion to
Harrison.
confirm from Counselor Crabb, second from Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. He's confirmed.
For the Historic and Architectural Review Board, Mr. Fred Green was nominated.
Motion to approve from Counselor Crabb, second from Counselor Woodson. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, no. He's confirmed.
Next, we have some council district appointments. Any nominations may be confirmed for this meeting. For the Civic Center Advisory Board, we do have an opening for the Council District 6 representative. For the Community Development Advisory Council, we do have seats available for the Council District 7 representative, as well as the Council District 9 representative. For the Keep Columbus Beautiful Commission, we do have an opening for the Council District 5 representative. And the Recreation Advisory Board, we do have a Council District seat, Council District 6 seat available. Next, we have council appointments. Any nominations would be listed for the next meeting. For the Commission on International Relations and Cultural Liaison Encounters, we have the seat of Rose Spencer. She is not eligible to serve another term of office. This seat is open for nominations. For the Employee Benefits Committee, we have the seat of Mr. Bill Ron. This is the sworn officer position. This is council's appointment. If someone wanted to make that nomination. Councilor Woodson, thank you, has made that nomination. We'll bring this back at the next meeting. Next, we have the Tree Board. We have 3 seats that are open for nomination. We have the Residential Development member, the Educator member, as well as 1 at-large member. And Mr. Mayor, and just for the record, I did just want to state that Councilor Woodson did request that her vote be cast in the affirmative for the city manager agenda items.
Okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Well, before we, yes, ma'am, Counselor Thomas.
Madam Clerk, would you go back to the Employee Benefits Committee?
Yes.
Tell me what we did there.
I believe they renominated Mr. Ron to
We
continue.
renominated him.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, before we adjourn, let me say a belated happy birthday to Counselor Thomas. And we want to say Counselor Garrett is under the weather. He said, please don't call him to check on him. He needs to catch up on his sleep. He'll answer your phones tomorrow. And with that, we will entertain a motion to adjourn. All right, I heard it from a number of people. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned.